welcome. Happy Friday. I see we've got Wolf back tonight. Hooray! We haven't had you in here in forever. Isaac's mom is here. And we've got Patty here too. And then we've got our friend David Chandler here. So tonight, I invited David Chandler on. He's from he's kind of part of this 9/11 truth movement. And he's going to talk to us about the physics and all of this kind of interesting stuff about 9/11. Before we start, let me grab something. I almost forgot. Of course, I didn't put it close to me where I could reach it. Uh-oh. Hold on. My screen just died. There we go. I don't know what I did. All right. Okay, let me bring David on here, and then I will... Here's David. Okay, so I wanted you guys... This is David Chandler, guys. I wanted to show you guys this because it was such a thoughtful gift, and people have started sending me gifts. How sweet is that? So our friend Nadine made this purse. Like, how look at the wooden handles. How talented is that? And she made me this cute little, it's a towel. It's a towel dress. I'm going to put it in the camper because we're leaving to go camping Sunday. And this cute, she like coordinated everything. And so there's this little keychain, and look at this, how much love went into this. There's a little stethoscope. Isn't that adorable? And then I don't know what this is. David, is this a bookmark, do you think, or a keychain?
Is it a fish hook?
I don't know. No.
I don't know.
Nadine's not here yet, but when she gets here, maybe she can tell us. But anyway, it's got little butterflies on it, and it matches the purse, which I thought was super sweet. And then she did not forget Dawn. I think there's a few more things in here, but we'll get along with it. So she even sent a keychain for Dawn that's way more manly looking, and it has a guitar on it. And I just thought that was so, so thoughtful. And then one of our other friends messaged me to see if I wanted some strawberry rhubarb jelly, and the answer is always yes to that. Always. I will give you my personal address if you'll send me strawberry. There's no stopping me. We've got a bunch of people here tonight. Michael, good evening to you. Debbie's here. Hi, Debbie. Holden McGroin is here. Awesome. Wolf, Debbie, Gypsy Princess. All right. Yeah, those are super cute, aren't they? So David's here. Before we start on the 9/11 stuff, I had just a few little things that I wanted to hit. One is a commonality. David and I are both watching RFK Jr. closely. And David is politically opposite on the spectrum from a lot of us. And so I think that's really cool because I like that there are still people in the world that you can sit down and have a conversation with, and not everybody's rabid. And I watched this, I was telling David, I watched this speech that RFK did here recently, and I've got a little clip of it here. I'll show you guys, but I watched this clip, and he's talking about what the wages of war are versus the wages of peace, and the toll that being a warmongering country has taken on us. And a lot of us, we were talking before the show about how, I didn't really wake up until COVID. And so I didn't. And then when I saw his 9/11 video before he ever contacted me or we knew of each other, I thought, oh my gosh, how long have they been lying to us? And it blew my mind. And then I did Tracy Bean's show, and David saw me there, and he's like, hey, I've been trying to find you. I saw your near-death experience. So cool little synchronicity there. But I've been watching RFK Jr. And what I like about this, what I like about him is I feel like he's at an age and he's accomplished a lot in life as far as activism, as far as, clean water, clean air, and, controlling like chemical output, nuclear fallout, all sorts of things. He's very peace-minded and talks about how as a country we've gotten into this sort of thinking, and it's not new, but we've gotten into this sort of thinking that everyone who isn't our friend is our enemy, and that they couldn't possibly have valid concerns about their security. And he was talking about how his uncle had worked with Russia and had talked to the people about Russia and was telling them, look, we automatically go right to these people are our enemy, but they're not. They have their own security concerns, and these are valid concerns. These are people just like us, and we have to approach it that way, because if we keep approaching it with violence and aggression, we're going to yield exactly what we have right now. We have a government. If your government will overthrow other governments and do all these things and stoke war. Even when there was a peace offer on the table, they were stoking war between Ukraine and Russia. If our government will do that, it's not long before the government turns that aggression on its own people. And that's where we are. And so I really, it's refreshing to hear a politician say those things. And I get kind of tired of the blustering and name calling. And I'm like, look, we've got serious problems. We need to be serious people. And I'm not saying who I'm going to vote for at all, because I'm not there yet. But I wanted to share this with you guys. So just listen to this and tell me if you don't think we need a lot more of this.
Let's take up that call from 60 years ago and ask Americans, all of us, to re-examine our attitude. We have been immersed in a foreign policy discourse that is all about adversaries and threats and allies and enemies and domination. We've become addicted to comic book good versus evil narratives that erase complexity and blind us to the legitimate motives and the legitimate cultural and economic concerns and the legitimate security concerns of other peoples and other nations. We have internalized and institutionalized a reflex of violence as the response for any and all crises. Everything becomes a war. War on drugs, the war on terror, war on cancer, war on climate change. This way of thinking predisposes us to wage endless wars abroad, wars and coups and bombs and drones and regime change operations and support for paramilitaries and juntas and dictators. None of this has made us safer, and none of it has burnished our leadership or our moral authority. But more importantly, we must ask ourselves, is this really who we are? Is this what we want to be? Is that what Americans' founders envisioned? Is it any wonder that as America has waged violence throughout the world, violence has overtaken us in our own nation? It has not come as an invasion. It has come from within. Our bombs, our drones, our armies are incapable of stopping the gun violence on our streets and schools or domestic violence in our homes. Waging endless wars abroad, we have neglected the foundation of our own well-being. We have a decaying economic infrastructure. We have a demoralized people and a despairing people. We have toxins in our air and our soil and our water. We have deteriorating mental and physical health. These are the wages of war. What will be the wages of peace?
And I mean, you guys know I can tear up pretty easy anyway, but it brought tears to my eyes. I thought, you ever just look back at your life. I'm kind of looking back at my life in relationship to the world, and I'm thinking the talk is never peace. The talk is always aggression. Aggression towards self, aggression towards unborn children, aggression towards others, aggression towards people who don't agree with you. And at some point, we all have to stop and look at what part we've played in it, and so I'm trying to be very careful not to be nasty when, some person that I just vehemently disagree with has said something that's just totally over the top. And I'm trying to remember that, people are kind of hooked on this dopamine hit of shock and awe. And if they can shock you and get you to say a bunch of things back to them, there's a bunch of people that just really enjoy that. And not feeding into it is the way to handle it. And I'm trying to live my life with that goal of peace in mind, that the way we've been doing things just isn't working anymore, and we have got to do something different. And I've said before, I don't know how deep the swamp is. I imagine it is endless, and you're never going to get all of the corruption out. But I think where we start, I don't know how to fix it, but I think where we start is we start looking at the hard truths. We start looking at all of the things that we just so easily want to put on the back burner, and we don't want to look at that. We're okay with this thing that the government's done, but we don't want to go back any further with it because it's so disheartening. I told you guys the worst day of my life was when I had to say to somebody, your government's trying to kill you. And when I saw that video of 9/11, it blew me away. All the things that my oldest son, he's like, Mom, it's our government starting these coups. It's our government pitting, countries against each other. And I'm like, no, America's great. Well, America's people are great. America's government, it sucks. It's a hot mess. And so I wanted to bring David on so that he could, he's been awake longer than I have. Most people probably have, but I wanted to bring him on. We're going to start with this video. He sent me a series of videos, and so I've got him up here. The way we're going to format this tonight is we'll play a video or a clip, and then we'll just all talk about it. If you've got questions for David, just shoot them out there. He likes our format that we're all very conversational. Hello. And yes, Isaac's mom. I have a hard time putting the real names together with the handles, but Nadine is Isaac's mom, and she's the one who sent me the gifts. So here's the first video, and if you've got little ones up, this probably isn't the time for them to be watching this show. So let me, just give you a second there. Anyway, I hope you've had a good week. Let me plug book club. We are going to be reading The Giver starting on Tuesday, and not this Tuesday, but let me start it again. We're going to be reading The Giver starting July 5th, which is a Wednesday, because the 4th is Independence Day. And that's an excellent book. I've read it before, and I think it's fitting for the time that we're in. So let me show you this video. Hopefully you've had time to get your littles out of the way.
Hi, by the way. Am I on live?
Yeah, we're both watching live.
Okay. I haven't been able to see the videos in my thing. Is that right?
I don't know how to fix that.
Actually, on my other computer, I think I can see it here. So we're looking at the plane going into the building. Yeah.
So that's the plane going into the
South Tower.
The south is now. That's the
second plane.
Okay.
The first one, there's only a few videos, like there was the Nade brothers. Anyway, there was a camera crew that was working with some fire department people, and they actually had a camera out on the street, and they saw the plane go into the North Tower. That was the first one. So that was unannounced, and boom, here it went. By the time the second plane hit, there were all kinds of people out there with their video cameras. So the second tower hit. This one is very well documented from many different directions.
Right. We have a lot of people that'll say, "Oh, there were no planes," and I'm like, I'm pretty sure there were planes. I mean, we've got it from so many different angles.
And more than that, if I may. So this is the thing. I wanted to address. They take one at a time, and there's so much material here just in this one. But let's take that question. Were there planes? How do you know there were planes, etc.? So there's at least a dozen different angles where there are views of the plane, and it's coming in, and it looks like it's taking a different path depending on what the camera perspective is, right?
Oh, that's a good.
So there's this German guy who used to be working with us, not directly, but he was collaborating in some ways. But on the internet, he goes under the name Spock. I mean, I don't know what that means. Anyway, so I know I've communicated with him directly. But what he did is he used Google Earth, and he was able to position the point of view to where each of these cameras were. And based on how the plane was flying from that point of view, he was able to construct second by second a series, three-dimensionally, a series of positions in space that would follow this plane. So he'd take this position and then look at it from each of the camera positions, and he could see that it's consistent. All right. So he constructed this whole sequence of positions of the plane, second by second, so that he could switch from one camera to another, and his model would exactly reproduce what you see in all of these videos.
So there's no gap. There's no.
So each of these very different looking videos are just points of view of exactly the same positions in his model, which means it's a way of confirming that this is the path of the plane through the spatial, three-dimensionally. This is the path of the plane as it came into the South Tower. And all those different views are exactly as they should be.
Each is confirmation of the one before.
Yeah. So all of these videos confirm each other. Now here, this video that we just showed has all of these people there. There's a lot of people who watched that second plane go into the tower.
Yeah.
All right. This is flight 175. It hit the South Tower. It was, it came from the south, near the Statue of Liberty and all that. But one of the things that comes out of his doing that model, since he knows literally three-dimensionally where the plane was second by second as it was coming through, he was able to get what I believe is the most accurate actual measurement of the speed of the plane.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can measure it by frames.
Huh? Yeah. So he has how far it went, and he knows, so he has a very precise measurement of that. I have links to his stuff. It's called The Last 12 Seconds, and there's 3 videos in the series. My website is 911speakout.org. 911speakout.org.
I'll put that in the chat.
Okay. And if you go to the references tab, something like that, I don't know if it says references or links or something, but you go down there and just search for Achimspach, ACHIM or whatever. That should get it for you. But you'll see the series, and it's amazing what he was able to do. He does the same kind of work with this that I do, except a lot better. He's amazing. And he's gone on and worked with other kinds of issues in the world and so forth as well. So, but
when you guys first started out, so was this just a crowd? How did you get together? Was this just a crowdsourced kind of thing? And then you guys are in different chat rooms and you meet up that way and it becomes a movement? How did that work?
Well, there were people who were involved in this from very early on. My partner, Fran, was into this from very much earlier than I was. I mean, we're here in Colorado, and she was one of the co-founders of Colorado 9/11 Truth. I was in Portland before this, and California before that. And anyway, so we got together through this movement, actually. But as far as how I came into it, I had some impressions on the day of. I thought these buildings should not have fallen. And then Nova, it was announced pretty early that Nova was going to be doing a video explaining why the towers fell.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched it with great curiosity. And I just sort of took it all in. Total crap. It is absolutely, no, it is.
I mean, you knew it. You knew right then.
Deceptive. They use totally wrong information. We only gradually over time were able to eke out what was the actual structure of the building. They weren't releasing all of that. And what they were showing was false. They showed these columns, and they showed them like they're just spaghetti strands, and then here's the floors. So that, no, they were very tightly bound together. There's a central core column. We'll get to it later on in this series of videos. I have an illustration showing the structure of the towers, okay? They were very, very strongly built towers, okay? It has a core of 47 massive core columns. They have wide open space around the core, and they have girders, that's trusses under the floors as the girders. Then they have lots and lots and lots of perimeter columns. And they had some analysis of this. You could knock out down near the base, you could knock out 3 out of the 4 walls practically, and it would still stand and survive a hurricane, you know. So
Wait,
it's
so you
very
saw
strongly built.
you saw the so was the Nova thing what sparked you and
Total
you were like, I
disinformation.
gotta
No, I just accepted it at that point. It
Okay.
wasn't until about 2006 or so, my sister, who's not into science and all that, she's an English professor, but she went to some kind of a conference or something, and I'm not quite sure the nature of it, but she brought a DVD and a book and sent it to me. And I don't recommend that DVD, but it did have lots of video footage in it. And there's one picture in there, one video that just grabbed my attention. And it's the North Tower. I think I may show it later on in this, but we'll see it. But it's the North Tower. And as it's coming down, it's like it's mushrooming out horizontally. So it's coming way out like this. And there's one massive chunk of stuff that goes all the way across the street. And I thought, did it hit the building, or it actually went behind the building? But I was wondering, I said, wow, that's high in the building before it's gotten going very fast, coming down. And here's this thing being thrown horizontally so far. It was out farther than the dust cloud. Okay.
Oh, wow.
And so it was like leading the pack. And so I pondered it a minute and I said, I bet I can measure that. I literally freeze framed the video, grabbed a ruler. I looked up on the internet some dimensions of the building and all that so I could estimate it. So I did an estimate just for the ruler and the television screen and information to calibrate it. And I came up with about 60 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour for something that's a multi-ton object being thrown horizontally out of a collapsing building. That's amazing to me. It shouldn't happen. You'd expect it to come crumbling down, maybe, I guess, but
Sure.
You'd expect it to not even come down. It's, strong. It's a few floors at the top that were compromised. All of the rest of the building was completely structurally intact, strong, no fires going on, nothing. And yet the whole thing collapsed in seconds.
And this is the first tower.
Both towers.
Both towers.
Well,
okay.
They have differences. The north, I'll be showing you those. But anyway, let's come back to this video for a minute.
Okay.
One of the things to notice is that, you want to play it again?
Let me play it again for you.
Yeah. And notice the fireball. When the plane hits the building, you see a fireball, right?
Okay. I'm going to show it now. They won't be able to hear you over it.
All right. Okay, look at that fireball.
Yeah, hold on, let me pause it. Do you want me to stay on the screen?
No,
you want to refer to this
right
one
there.
again?
Just stay there.
Okay.
Okay, that fireball is that jet fuel burning up outside the building. So are you going to blame that fire, all that jet fuel for bringing the building down? How come, that's everything you're seeing there is stuff that's not affecting the building.
Right, because it's blowing out backwards.
It's blowing up outside. Well,
at the impact.
Right? Yeah. But the fuel, most of the fuel burned up immediately in that fireball outside the building where it isn't doing any damage to anything. So yeah, it poked a hole in the building, but the fuel was it's spectacular. It's like awesome, but it's not damaging the building to ignite all that fuel just out in the open air, right?
Now, how do you know that? How do you know? Like, we've got
it's burning up outside, huh?
One of our Yahoo people is saying that they were designed to withstand an impact from a light aircraft. He's not saying that the buildings didn't fall as a result of the airplane. Well, he's not saying that the airplanes didn't hit the building.
The airplane hit the building. You saw it hit the building just there. That's one of many, many views. And what happened is, I'm just talking about what you're actually seeing in this video. You're seeing fuel that's not burning the building. You're seeing fuel that's outside.
The fuel that's exploding is exploding outside the building. We can see that.
the agency that the government had be doing the official explanation of the collapse of the towers and all that was NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technology, called NIST. I'll be using the word NIST frequently probably tonight. So NIST, in their big NIST report, they actually acknowledge that all the fuel, even what was left in the building, was burned up probably within the first 10 minutes.
Okay.
That building you're seeing there took almost an hour from the time it was hit till it came down.
Weren't you at one of the NIST meetings and asked a question?
We'll get to, well, yeah.
Okay, because I think
don't want to
that's one of your videos that
I
I
like
had
to
seen.
stay focused.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking, I'm like, wait a
Yes,
minute, I
I
saw a
wasn't
video
at
of
the
him there.
meeting. I was able to submit it on email.
That was it.
So there was a bunch of us working with architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and it was circulated around that they were going to have a technical briefing conference. This was about Building 7, and they were saying, well, we ought to get some questions in there. So I submitted a question, and it got asked. And yeah, it's interesting to see their response. But anyway, I want to get back to finishing this thing. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
There's an hour between when the plane hit and when the building came down. The jet fuel was long gone. All the jet fuel really did was it helped start the fires. And they were just basically office fires burning for an hour on a few floors. And so that's what was going on then. The South Tower, they had firemen who made it all the way up to where the fires were. And they said, no big deal. We can knock it down with a couple of hoses. I mean, it was not a big deal fire. By the time the firemen got up there, minutes later, the thing came down. I mean, what brought it down was a separate event than the airplane. That's what I'm saying. An hour after the airplane hit, it poked a hole in it, started fires, and the fires were actually diminishing by the time the thing started down.
And
right?
that's actually in the report that that I saw from NIST. They were talking about the smaller office fires, and it's not that floor was consumed or anything like that. Is that correct? That's right, right?
All right. NIST.
I mean, that's what NIST says.
All right. Yeah. NIST says all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
Anyway.
Go ahead. Go back to your point. I'm just trying to I've got, some people are like, well, the structural design for an accidental collision with a light aircraft is not the same as fully fueled. Right. I don't know what you're asking, Blogger Shmoo. Do you have a question?
Well, let me comment because I sort of know what he's getting at there.
Okay.
They're saying it's not like, the thing was designed, it was specifically designed for being hit by a 707, which was comparable in size, kinetic energy, all that kind of thing. It's comparable to the I think this was a 767 that hit.
Okay.
And so, they're different, but they're not that different. And yes, anytime you expect, if you're going to design the building for a plane hitting the building, you're going to design it with the idea that there's going to be fires from the fuel. I mean, It's crazy to say it was designed to withstand an impact, but they forgot to consider the fuel. No, they had a 707 in mind. Because
they ran scenarios on that when they were building those buildings on what might hit them.
Because earlier the Empire State Building had been hit by a plane. And so they were aware that something that tall could be a hazard for, maybe in the fog or something or other. But they were expecting that you could have an impact there. So they were designed to withstand local damage, but it wouldn't be catastrophic damage. In fact, the guy who designed that, there's film footage of it. I don't have it here today, but there's full film footage of him talking about how if you had a plane hitting it, it would be like poking a pencil through a door screen. It would basically do some local damage, but it's going to redistribute the weight
because of the way it's reinforced. There's like
I think it's 64 columns in each face. something like, I don't know if I got the number exactly right, but it's something close to 64 columns
Mhm.
on every face. There's lots and lots of vertical support, and poking a hole in it is not going to do catastrophic damage.
Because
Anyway,
that impact gets spread.
yeah, I have a whole lot more to say tonight, but I mean, and so I didn't want to focus on that.
Oh, no,
But
you're okay.
hopefully that at least addresses a little bit of that question. So
Sure.
yes, it was designed for a big plane like this, and that, but I'm not relying on that. I'm just right now just focusing on there was a plane that hit the South Tower. There were lots of people. You saw lots of people right there in that video.
Yeah.
There were lots of people who watched it. There were lots of people who photographed it. And the other thing you're seeing is the fireball, which was significant in itself. It came all the way through, by the way, and on the other side, you can actually see that part of the plane, and it's an engine part. So this engine flies out the other side, and it was found on the street. And so everything about that holds together. So it's a coherent story.
Okay, so
Anyway,
we're just bloggerty schmoo. We're resolving the questions that we've heard. So, you know, I've heard people say, well, there were really no planes, that the plane, this was a missile or something. And so he's gone through, I think you joined a little late. He's gone through and he's talked about how the angles of all the different phones were looked at and tracked, and they show, you can backtrack it, and all those angles make sense when you look at those phones. Each
Right.
phone image confirms the one before with where the plane would have been in the sky. And the fuel, as far as your fuel question, they did consider the fuel. He just said that when the
there were fires, they were localized on a few floors.
Right. They did consider the fuel when they built the building, because what you said, what building did you say had gotten hit before?
Well, the Empire State Building.
Empire State Building, sorry. Yeah, the Empire State Building had been hit. And so they did actually consider the fuel when building those buildings.
Yeah, and it was
based
a 707,
on the architect
not
of the
a small
building.
plane that they had considered.
Right.
And a 707, by the way, is not a small plane. And
No.
it's literally it's very comparable in mass and speed and amount of fuel and everything else. It's not the same, but it's very comparable to the 767. The 767 is not a jumbo jet. It's a large plane comparable to a 707.
707.
Okay. Can we go to the next video?
Sure.
So I have 11 little video clips I think I sent you. So there's a lot of things. Each one has a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. We could spend the whole evening on one video, but I just wanted to give you sort of
an overview,
overview, so you know some of the things we're looking at. By the way, I never finished my answer to an earlier question.
You can't see that. Just keep reminding me that you can't see my screen.
But I have a second computer.
Okay,
so
you've got it.
I'm looking to the second computer.
And let me know when you need me to advance this slide, because I've got it paused for you.
What I'm seeing there is the cross section of the building and so forth. Is that right?
Yes. System design
concept.
concept.
Of the videos here?
Yeah, this is the second one. We've got the express elevators, open plan office.
So this is basically showing you the structure of the building. And by the way, the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth did not have this information at the beginning. There was some sort of a leak or something. They actually got, I'm not sure, it wasn't the full blueprints, but it was structural drawings of some kind. So we eventually figured out from our own indirect sources what the structure of the building was.
Okay.
But if you can pause it there.
Yep.
So notice the one where it's a cross section. See the big square that has yellow in it.
Mm-hmm.
You needed to pause the video.
There's lag. Just give it just a second.
Okay.
There you go.
So you have basically a large area surrounded by, 208 feet on each side there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just disappeared again.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. Hold on.
Can you just freeze it there?
Yeah, it should be. Oh, it just keeps playing. Hold on. Let me get it where we need it here. Pause. It's not listening.
Well, let me just talk about it. You see there's a rectangular area in the middle.
Yeah.
And there's a wide open space around it.
Sorry, guys.
There's the perimeter columns, right?
Yeah.
And that central area has lots of elevator shafts in it. I mean, it's a, you know, there's 110 floors, you know, so they had staged elevators that would go part way up, and you trade elevators and keep going. And so it's just weird and annoying.
I don't know why it keeps rolling.
And so basically underneath those little fine lines you see in the yellow region are where the trusses are that are underneath the floors. And so those are little gridwork type truss structures that support those floors. And in the center, you have those core columns are massive, especially low end. They get smaller. The column, you know, the columns get smaller as you go up because there's less weight to support.
Sure.
But at the base, they're humongous columns, and there are pictures that show somebody standing next to them, and it's really impressive, strong structure. So that is what supports the vertical weight of the building primarily, is that core structure. The perimeter is also very strong. In fact, it's made of even a stronger kind of steel than the core columns. And those basically take the wind load, so that you could have this thing in a hurricane and it would just sort of buff it around a little bit, but it wouldn't damage the building or anything. So that's the general idea. And then anyway, so as we talk about the building, it's important to keep that in mind. And then the other picture on the side, I don't think is important, but it's looking at the elevator patterns there. By the way,
go ahead.
People ask, how did they get all these explosives into the building? And Niels Harrit, one of the guys.
Wait, what building are we on? Are we still on building 2?
These are the Twin Towers.
Okay.
The 2 towers, the tall ones that everybody saw.
Yes.
Okay. Because they showed them. There's a third building that we'll talk about later.
Right.
Okay. But these 2 Twin Towers, Niels Harrit was being interviewed by a reporter. He's a chemist. He's over in Denmark, but he's working with our group. But the reporter said, "How'd they get the explosives into the building?" And he said, "On pallets." I mean, you know, if you basically have a guy with a shirt on, with a workman's kind of shirt, the label on the back, and you swipe through the security. I mean, they had access to the building. You go over there to the elevator shaft, you set out some orange cones, you wheel your stuff into the elevator and shut it down. You are invisible. You're part of the urban landscape. This stuff goes on all the time.
David, I can prove this because when I was in college, I came up with this theory that anybody wearing khaki pants and a blue polo shirt with a name badge on could do anything they wanted. And so we decided to go into our big dining hall and steal a ficus, and then the big rug that said Tarleton State University. Rolled it up. We carried that sucker right out of there at lunchtime, put it up in our room, put the ficus
And you were
up.
invisible, right?
We were in. Nobody knew who did it during lunch. We hauled it up into the dorm. Nobody knew who did it. And it was so funny because a great search was launched for the ficus and the rug. So we had to get rid of it. And we had these friends of ours pull their truck up around the back, opened the dorm window, threw them both out the window into the truck. And we took them and we put them out on the football field. There was a football game that night. So when everybody got to the football field, the rug was there and the ficus was there. And that is proof that if you are dressed appropriately, people don't question you.
I was giving a workshop on this topic. I'm a Quaker. We went to this, we had an annual gathering up in the Pacific Northwest, and it was on a college campus, right? And there was construction going on. So here's the auditorium where the talks were going on. There was all this, canvas sort of nailed up along the side. Yeah. And next door, there was all this noise. We had to ignore it. You know, all this work was going on. Hey, they might have been loading thermite. All we knew.
Right.
I mean, everybody ignored them. All this ruckus, and they were invisible. And that's what happened. So the question is not how did they get it in? It's just recognizing that, they got it in massive amounts. It was a tremendous, if you calculate the amount of energy used in blowing up those buildings, it was a massive amount of energy. I'm not going to use numbers and all that here.
Well, and there were some reports based on satellite that I had seen where there was a lot of traffic in and out of, I can't remember which building it was, but at hours you wouldn't expect traffic, trucks, things like that.
Yeah. But this was going on for months.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. One of the things about demolition, if it was demolished, it means preparation happened prior to 9/11, which means this was not a surprise attack. Think about it.
Well, that would be vetted out based on
Just
some
think
of
about
the
it.
well, but just based on some of the broadcasting, isn't there like a Dan Rather where he says something like, yeah, they're gonna have to go ahead and blow it, or they said, or he's talking to someone and she's saying that.
Yeah. Well, there was somebody, Larry Silverstein was one of the owners of one of the buildings, and he was saying with fire department, we decided we had to pull it.
Yes,
No.
yes. Which
Bullshit.
made me think, well, that involves
There's
planning.
no way they could have
Right.
decided on the day of.
Right. No
do a
fireman would
demolition.
be like, hope there's some explosives in there because we need to pull them now.
Yeah,
I mean, it
that
just
demolition would take weeks or months to set it up. So no, all of that's a cover story that sort of a. Anyway, let's not get too far.
Sure.
Okay, you can go 1,000 different rabbit holes here.
Yeah, I think probably the natural next question there is, what would be the motivation? Why would you?
Oh, that's the very last one.
Okay, so make sure we hit on that.
In other words, my sense is you need to stay focused on understanding what actually happened. Now, trying to jump directly to motivation and who done it and all that kind of thing, which is skipping over all the evidence in between, in my sense, what's happening is people have this anxiety on how could it possibly have been the United States doing this to itself type of thing. No, let's see what actually happened and follow the evidence to where it leads.
Okay.
It leads to some interesting places, but you need to get the scent on the path.
Yeah,
first.
we have to go through it.
We got to go through it. Okay. So anyway, that was the structure of the building. Let's move on to the next clip.
Okay.
And I'm going to watch it over here, I guess.
This is collapse of the South Tower.
Okay.
55 minutes after it was hit by the plane.
I'm seeing it with delay here.
Yeah, it'll give you a little delay. Oh, that's so scary. Jeez, look at that.
Okay.
Yep.
Am I back on?
Yep. Yeah, you're on the screen when it's happening.
Oh, okay. So, again, so much to see, so much I could point out, this, and so forth, right? But so the South Tower was the second one hit, but it was the first one to collapse, right?
Right.
And notice that the top part actually tilts. It sort of pivots. So it did not come straight down.
It did. It kind of went forward a little bit.
Yeah, so you can actually see that. And it pivots, and then it crushes into the building and so forth. But notice underneath where all this white stuff is being puffed out. Notice how that is speeding down the building, even when the braking stuff is up high. All this stuff is racing ahead.
I'm going to play that
again. Where the actual collapse front is. You can play that again?
Yeah, that way they can look at what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Boy, the lag is long tonight. There we go.
I'm seeing it start just right now.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. So look at the South Tower and all see that stuff racing down the building there?
Yep. Yep.
Can they hear me right now?
Yep, I see it. Wow.
What's going on?
Crazy.
This stuff is just zipping down the building ahead of this. If you think it's a natural collapse, then it's structural stuff failing. How come all this stuff underneath is happening? And this is not a natural collapse. This is stuff that's basically blowing out the building leading
underneath. Yeah.
Yeah, it's underneath.
Wow.
And notice it's not at the corners, it's on the faces. All right. So one of my friends involved with this as an engineer, Wayne Costi is his name. He's done some recent analysis of this, and his view is that there were panels of this material, this explosive material. It's actually like an incendiary kind of thing, but it's mounted on the walls of that core area. And as it blows out, it's blowing out the directions of the building there. And so it's sort of straight out from that core. So you don't see it actually acting right at the corners like that. I don't know. There's a lot of detail. It's sort of,
There's
let's not get into too much.
A lot of detail.
Yeah. Literally, I could sit here and narrate stuff all night.
Well, I mean,
right,
just
so that's
taking
the
it
South
apart.
Tower. And then let's see what's next.
Next, hold on, that's one. Let me find the first one. Give me a second here. 3, the next one is Molten.
Okay.
I'm starting that one.
Now, can they hear me while this is playing?
Yeah, I don't know how well if there's sound in the video, but this one.
Oh, this is the plane again. Oh, here we are.
This is video for Molten.
Now, watch what's happening here. You see that stuff there?
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's like pouring. It's like liquid.
It's pouring out. Are they hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. If I can hear you, they should be able to hear you.
Okay. This is pouring out there. And so some people say, oh, maybe it's just melted aluminum from the plane or something like that, right?
Right.
No. Look at the color. The color tells you the temperature. And the color temperature of this stuff is the temperature of molten iron. All right. So the bottom line is and by the way, if you take the temperatures in that can be achieved with either kerosene or office furnishings burning, the temperature needed to melt iron or steel is about, in Fahrenheit, it's about 1,000 degrees hotter.
So
you're missing the melting point of iron by 1,000 degrees, and yet here is molten iron.
How far out is this from the plane strike?
It's about the floor that the plane struck.
So I think a lot of people would say, well, that's just the jet fuel that heated whatever it was up that.
That was an hour prior.
Okay, so an hour prior to that.
No, it was all burned up.
Okay.
This is
right,
jet
because
fuel. This is molten iron.
Right, the fuel's not forever.
Some people say this is molten aluminum. Aluminum does not have that color when it's melted. You can
my
see
husband
molten
welds,
aluminum in foundries, it's silver.
Yeah.
So aluminum, even if it's molten, it's silvery. So it would never look this color. In fact, the point is, the fact that it's this color is really talking about the temperature.
Sure.
And pretty much any material is this color when it's melted like this, it's going to be at the temperature of molten iron. So the question is not, is it iron, is it steel, is it whatever? The question is, how hot is it? And it's 1,000 degrees hotter than could possibly be achieved in a natural office fire environment. Therefore, it's not a natural office fire. There's other sources of energy being used here. So that's the point here.
Okay,
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I'm going to take us to 5 here. South Tower from below.
Okay.
It'll take a minute here to load.
Yeah, and so basically, the next one you're going to show is sort of sequential with this. This is just minutes prior to the collapse of this tower.
Okay, here we go. Jeez. Oh, now I can't hear you.
Well, I'm not speaking.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, watch what's happening.
So it looks like the windows are blowing out because the building's coming down on top of itself.
Those aren't windows. This is the whole wall is blowing out. Yeah, windows. I mean, the opening. There are columns. In between the columns, it's pretty much all. I guess I would say, yeah. But notice, look at the stuff that's coming out. This is just a again, all this rapid fire puffing of explosive stuff coming out, zipping down the building. I have several different views here. I think there's
Yeah, I do too, holding the groin. I remember watching this in real time and trying to birth a baby with a lady. Bless her heart.
So here we go. So we're doing it again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the point is, this stuff is rapidly zipping down the building, way ahead of where that top. You can still see the top part up at the top tipping over, and this here it is tipping over, and this stuff is racing down underneath it. And this one, by the way, I don't know if you can pause it. At the very end, before it cuts off, there is this thing shooting downward right there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Timing is not right according to.
Yeah, we got lag in both places.
Yeah. But at the end of when you see this stuff coming down, that one that's looking sharply up like that, you can see one of these things is racing down ahead of the falling debris. How does that happen? All the debris is falling under the influence of gravity. It should all be falling at the same speed. But here's something that's shooting out faster than the falling debris. It's being propelled.
What would
and
you?
I have a bunch of videos showing the presence of, I don't have them here tonight, but on my website, 911speakout.org, on the website, I have videos that show, so here's debris being ejected from the building, which then explodes and fragments. And then the fragments explode and fragment. So that's happening in this free-falling material. There shouldn't be any stresses on it. It's not just falling apart, it's being blown apart. And you see puffs of stuff. So there's chemical material on these chunks of things that are being thrown out of the building that make them literally actively explode as they fall.
You know, having seen, I've seen two buildings imploded, one in Kansas City, and I can't remember where the other one was, but this is exactly what it looked like. Now, to be fair, I've never seen an unquestioned plane take a building down. I've never seen that phenomenon before. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I've just never seen it.
I'm saying it doesn't happen.
Right, but I've seen implosions. I've seen buildings implode, and it looks just like that.
Yeah, this kind of, a steel frame building like this has never come down due to fires or, if you ram a plane into it, it's all this steel structure. They don't just fall apart. It's not Tinker Toys, all this stuff is very strongly constructed. And just because there's damage to a few floors way up high, the idea that all of this can come down literally in seconds, you see how fast that stuff is racing down? That's not a natural process.
Yeah,
it's
even
a time sequence of explosions.
If it were the stressor of the plane, like you said, you've got so many built-in structures to what is that called, where you spread out the impact of something, to be able to do that, so that you're not just having one wall take the brunt of it. If
all of those columns
are
redundancy of these columns, and if you take out a column, the stress will be redistributed to nearby columns and so forth.
Yes. So, which is the point. I mean, even building our house, we had a tree fall on our house. Our whole house didn't fall. The tree fell on the house, and just to the right of it, everything was fine and intact. But to because it was built as it should have been, if we'd built the house like crap, it probably would have fallen much further over than just the area where the tree hit.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
This, by the way, is a very different kind of talk than most of them I give. If you want to hear me do a coherent presentation, go to my website. On the front page of my website, the first video is Building 7. It's showing Building 7 from a bunch
I think a lot of the folks, there's several folks in here that are familiar with you. You're infamous.
Oh, yeah? Well, actually, I'm infamous.
That's okay.
It's a phenomenon my dad used to say is like being a big fish in a small pond, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a sufficiently small group of, a focused group of people, then it's not hard to be a big fish in such a group.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's the difference between going to a little high school and a big one. When I moved and we went to little high schools, you were always really popular as the new kid. But when you went to bigger ones, nobody noticed you.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely like that. Okay, the next one is North Tower.
Okay.
And this is an hour and 41 minutes after being hit by a plane.
Yeah, so it lasted long time. So nothing you're seeing here is the direct effect of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep trying to remember not to comment till everybody else can see it. There we go. North Tower collapse. Oh, you've got no sound. Oh, you're not talking. That's why.
I'm just now starting to see.
Yeah, I'm watching the lag. Sorry, I got to remember which one.
Okay, look at stuff going off to the right as we go down here. This was the first video that caught my attention. Look at that chunk over there to the right, all the way across the street.
Okay, I'm gonna let that roll through again.
Do it again, yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Jeez.
And that chunk that's flying to the right there, the head of the cloud.
Yeah.
Estimated 4 tons.
Good grief.
How are you going to prop it? And that's the one I measured early on with a ruler, just freeze framing and doing some little bit of calculation. And 60 miles an hour-ish. Okay. Now, I went back. I have a tool that I use in my physics teaching. And I had an earlier version called Physics Toolkit. But I have the one I use today is called Tracker. And by the way, I have a little thing on my website. If anybody wants to try out using Tracker, it's a free download. And I have a little tutorial on the whole process. So you can download the videos for these buildings, the calibration data, and a little tutorial on using Tracker. And you can actually do everything I'm doing. But you can take the video and something that's moving, you can put a dot on every frame to follow the motion of the object, okay? Yeah. So doing it on this, you can actually measure how fast that chunk is flying off to the right there. And you can very precisely come up with the speed. So my little ruler trick that I did at the beginning wasn't far off. I think that particular chunk was going around 55 miles an hour. Good. So anyway, there's other material, by the way. The fastest one I found was going like 75 or 76 miles an hour.
Do we know where these chunks ended up?
That one landed in the Winter Garden, which is like a glass greenhouse kind of thing down between some of those big buildings. And you can see where it crashed down into the greenhouse at the far end. So it's going a couple hundred yards, a lot of these numbers, I don't have the tip of my head. I did these a long time ago. It's either 200 or 300 yards. I think it's 300 yards. But it's like throwing a 4-ton object that far.
Well, and I'm trying to remember in the implosions that I've seen, I remember they had us back blocks for sure. But it fell in its own footprint. I don't remember seeing a lot of things shooting out, way to the side or.
No, in a demolition, they're not going to want to do that because they're trying not to damage everything around you.
Right.
So okay. I was teaching at the end of my teaching career at a charter school that worked with homeschool families. All right. I taught there for several years. And one of the parents was he was in the reserves, but he was in the military as a demolition expert. And he used to say the Corps of Engineers puts it up and we take it down. I mean, that was his little thing. But he was very right wing. I'm very left wing, but there you go. But he, very true believer, U.S. rah, 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 that kind of thing. He knew that I was into this 9/11 stuff. And so we sort of had a little distance. And I just approached him one day and I said, have you ever actually watched the buildings come down? And he said, well, not really. So I took him in my office, closed the door, and I ran him through a video clip that showed the North Tower coming down. I think I'll be showing that a little bit later here, but it's like a corner view. And It might be the next video, actually.
Let me look.
But is one that refer to a
Video
corner?
7 is North Tower. Oh, the corner is 8.
Yeah,
You want me to
play
pull the
that
corner one?
Yeah, play that one.
Okay, let me get this fixed where you're on my screen. Yep, I'm going to fix you. There we go.
I
You'll
wish
come
you
up.
were able to freeze frame it.
Yeah, me too. I don't know how to do that.
Probably on the video clip itself, there's a little
Yeah,
pause button.
it'll freeze it for a minute and then it'll start back up. So
Okay.
let's.
Can you get my picture out of the way there?
Yeah, it's moved. I've already moved it. It's just taken a second.
Look at this. All right. All right, you see all this stuff coming out at the corner. That's one thing to notice.
Yes.
Right? But another thing to notice is this beam that's coming down. It comes down like this horizontally, and it's streaming off huge volume of white smoke right towards the end as like just a second here. Well, I'm looking at it and you're out of sync, but you'll see the main thing. You're going to see this beam coming down with just billowing white smoke, right?
Jeez.
That's not a beam plowing through dusty air, stirring things up. That's smoke coming off of the beam.
Okay.
Anyway, so this friend of ours, I mean, he was a guy who was a parent of one of the students
I
at
see
school. And so I took him in my office. I showed him this video, and he just I went through it a few times, and he said, "That's a demolition." This guy who moments before said, "No way," right? He said, "That's a demolition." And I said, what is it that tipped it off for you? And he pointed to that beam that with all this stuff. He said that's characteristic. He could recognize that that's what you would expect to see in a demolition. And he was convinced. He completely did a 180 and never went back. It was like he walked into that as somebody who thought I was a kook, and he came out of there completely convinced with his own eyes without me saying a word. He saw it, he recognized it. Okay.
Well, and here's the thing. I think we need to, I had so many people during COVID who were like, oh, that's just crazy. That can't be true. They said hydroxychloroquine's dangerous. It must be dangerous. And it was interesting because a lot of times it didn't matter how many decades of data I could show you to prove that that is a safe drug. Once, there's that saying that it's not too hard to convince somebody that they've been fooled, or it's not too hard to fool somebody. It's harder to convince somebody they've been fooled. And I found that to be the case, that kind of once your mind is set, and we're not asking anybody to, agree with David's take on it. We're just kind of presenting the other side of it that you may not have heard, and let you choose for yourself, because, we're smart enough to have all the different opinions and then look at it and say, now, what do I think? What seems most likely to me? In fact, that's how we're supposed to actually engage.
Yeah, I'm just taking random bits of stuff as we see it on the videos and just pointing out, notice this, okay?
Yeah.
If you want a coherent description of at least
he's got a really great
going on, go to my website.
Yeah.
And like I was trying to say, and I don't know if I got there, the first video on the first page is Building 7. The second video is a talk I gave at the University of Colorado in Boulder in 2018. And that is what I consider my best concise statement of my research, okay? The entire site it's a huge site. There's lots of stuff on there. But if you look at that second video on the first page, that'll give you the picture of that's at least my research in all this.
When you guys were tackling this, as far as the research end of it, did you, I'm sure everybody had done a bunch on their own, and then at some point you guys were kind of able to compare notes. How helpful was that, being actually able to get together?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I tell fragments of this story and I don't get into that's the nature of this conversation. Okay. I saw that picture. I saw that video that my sister brought me. I started measuring things. Then I realized I have this tool I can use, and I just basically measured everything that moved. Okay. Did lots and lots of that. And the thing is, I gave a number of talks based on mostly internet research and stuff, just because I had a concern about this. And I went to sort of progressive types of venues like the Unitarian Church in town and the Quakers and so forth. And I gave these talks, but then I, every year, see, I was a physics teacher, and there's this group in at Occidental College in Southern California that I used to be active with. And they have a physics teachers day at Occidental College every year. And so all these teachers get together and they present things and lots of show and tell. I mean, that's really the best part of the day, when you see everybody pulling out their favorite demos and all that kind of thing. Physicists like to play with toys. Okay. Anyway, so I asked if I could give a talk about 9/11. And the guy was saying, well, let me check. And he checked with the department head and they said, yeah, just make sure it's good objective material. Okay. So I had a couple of months to prepare. And so I started using this tool to measure all these things, and I started finding some interesting results. So rather than wait for the event, I just started putting all this stuff up on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
And so I have a whole bunch of stuff, some of my early stuff. Anyway, I put a bunch of stuff on YouTube, and then I gave my talk and referred back to it. It was an interesting day because, boy, it stirred some. Sidetrack. One of the interesting outcomes is when I mentioned Building 7, It was like, huh? And so I did a show of hands and I said, how many have heard of Building 7? At least a third of the audience had never heard of Building 7.
Oh, wow.
Building 7 is the most anomalous event of that day. And why is it that here's a bunch of intelligent, presumably informed people, physics teachers are pretty smart people typically, and they never heard of this, and it was so newsworthy, they never showed that except for on the first day. So some people say, oh yeah, I've seen Building 7, I saw it all on the first day. Well, maybe not. So if you watch Buildings, and we'll get to it later on in this thing, but Building 7 is very interesting. All right.
Yeah, there's all of the mainstream explanations I've heard for Building 7 don't make any sense to me at all.
Okay. The point I'm making is they didn't show it on TV again after the first day. Why is that? There's something there they don't want you to see.
Well, it's kind of like the San Bernardino shooters that I watched all of that unfold, and there were 3 shooters, and then suddenly there was 2, and then it was down to 1, and now you never hear talk of the 2, but I watched it that day. It's kind of like that Mandela effect. Mm-hmm. And I thought, am I just slipping and misremembering things in my history? And then I started researching, and I thought, no, those news reports initially were that there were 3 shooters. Mm-hmm. And just different stuff like that a lot of the whole point behind the Mandela effect, you guys, if you've never heard of it, is that there's a group of people that might be living a parallel reality. So you've got the group of people who thought that Nelson Mandela died in prison, of whom I was one. And then you've got the other group of people that are like, no, he died many years later. Well, I remember hearing like Nelson Mandela give a speech, and I'm like, whoa, hold on, he died in prison. And so there's a fun kind of debate that goes back and forth. Are some of us living in a different reality, or are we all just mass misremembering things?
Okay.
But totally different topic. But you know what I mean? That's kind of
I know what you're saying.
That goes along with that. So I had wondered with Building 7 where they stopped talking about it. I'm like, I could have sworn
because there's something there they don't want you to see. And the bottom line is, we're going to see it in a few minutes, but pretty much everybody looks at Building 7, and the very first thought that crosses their mind is, that's a demolition.
Yeah.
It just looks like a demolition.
Let me go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then basically, I want to talk about it later. I measured how fast it came down and proved that it's a demolition. But I tell people, you don't need me to prove it's a demolition. You look at it, you see it's a demolition. All I'm doing is proving that you're not crazy.
I appreciate that.
So in other words, by my measuring it and establishing it is in fact a demolition, I'm just sort of backing up what you can see with your own two eyes, right?
Sure.
But let's
There's
get back to this.
Let me go for a few comments. Wolf says he's convinced it's a CIA op. Holden asks if I can reverse the video. If you mean go backwards, I cannot. I'm sure the technology exists, but I can't do it in this format. And then somebody says, Wolf says, my question is, why was the South Tower collapse so much neater than the North Tower?
No, it's the other way around.
The other way around.
The South Tower tipped.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
the
yeah.
North,
You're right.
You know, the North Tower came
straight.
It actually tipped a bit too, but it's a much more gradual, slight tip, and so forth. We'll see the North Tower some more. But
well, and Betty says she saw a video clip a few years back where John Kerry told a small audience that Building 7 was a controlled demolition. Wow.
I don't know. I don't rely on that kind of stuff. I'm relying on hard evidence, right?
Sure.
If you got the video, we also have people who have analyzed the dust. So some of the people in our organization have, I mean, they took away all this steel. They sent it to China to melt it down. There's some of it still over on the landfill, but they cleared it out. They got rid of all the crime scene before it had a chance to be analyzed in place.
Did they give an excuse for that? Why China would need to melt that all for us?
No, they want to get rid of the evidence. That's
But I mean, what was
on.
their answer to that?
Oh, it's valuable material. There's a lot of steel there. So
yeah, just too big of a job for us.
No, I mean, it's lame. There are rules for fire investigations and so forth that specify you're supposed to preserve the evidence until there's been an investigation. They violated everything. They just, Giuliani was in charge in New York, and he pretty much took over cleaning up the crime scene before anybody could investigate it. They had it roped off, and you were prevented from going in there and walking around and taking pictures and things like that. Even the investigators, even FEMA, when they went in to do the initial investigation, they had a single pass-through guided tour and then out, and that was all. They didn't have any other access to ground zero, and they had to do their report based on
so like no sampling and extensive video capture.
Very cursory material. And FEMA wasn't even given the blueprints of the place. So they didn't even know the structure. They were operating blind. And so there's no way they were doing a real investigation.
Did they at any point express frustration about that they need more material, and can they get it, or is it never addressed?
No, I think, individuals were recognizing.
But not in any of the 9/11 hearings or.
Okay. I don't follow everything here.
Yeah.
I'm focused on doing some of the direct measurements and analysis.
I'll have to look and see what I can find on that and see, because I kind of just sort of listened to them because I was working. So I'll have to go back and see, because I like to listen to this and then go back and watch something, and things will start coming together for me.
Okay.
So we got
Where are we?
Video 9 is, or Building 7 compilation. You want to watch that one? Get you in there.
For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
Yep.
Notice the
Did they actually use the word brought down, and who was it that was telling you this?
The fire department. And they did use the word, we're going to have to bring it down.
Yeah, that doesn't strike me as I'm being knocked over.
A shockwave ripping through the building, and the windows all.
It's coming through itself.
About a second later, the bottom floor caves out. The building followed after that, and we saw the building crash down all the way to the ground.
Absolute free fall.
Yeah, that's exactly what the building
seconds.
Implosion looks like.
So it's 2.5 seconds of absolute free fall, which means over 100 feet of zero resistance
Also,
as it falls through its own structure. What?
Interestingly, as you're watching that fall, if it'll play it again. Oh, now it doesn't want to repeat. As you're watching that fall, I kind of expected to see just tons of debris on top of the building, but you don't, unless it bounced up as it was falling. Is it just not going to play at all now? What the heck?
What you're seeing really is basically the top half of the building. The foreground buildings cover over the bottom part.
Yeah.
And so the actual place where the columns were taken out is low in the building. And so the entire top part you're seeing is a very clean, just simply dropping.
But wouldn't you have expected, like, you know, if the story is going to be that, I don't know why we're having issues with that. If the story was going to be that this building collapsed because of damage from the other two falling, or because of, you know, the weight of debris, I kind of was expecting when I watched that to see just this huge pile of debris on top of the building.
Well, that's not why it fell.
Well, I know,
No,
but
there
that's
was
some
very
of the
little
excuses they give you.
Okay. There were some pieces from the North Tower when it came down that flew across and crashed into the building, but it's not a big deal. The material, you know, the plane hitting the North Tower is the mass of a plane. I forget how many tons. I've worked this out one time. The mass of this plane, and it's going like over 500 miles an hour. Okay. Whereas the chunks from the North Tower that hit this thing are like the mass of a truck going at highway speed. So imagine having this building and it's near a freeway over, you know, off ramp or something. Here comes a truck, careens off the railing and crashes into the building. Would you expect that to knock the building down?
No.
No, it's going to do some local damage. So all that was done from the North Tower was little bits and pieces of local damage. In fact, NIST doesn't rely on that as the cause of the collapse. They say,
oh, really?
There were fires. Yeah, they were saying the collapse of Building 7 was entirely due to fire. Now, they have two scenarios with and without damage, and they come out relatively similar. Okay?
Why would Building 7 be on fire?
Well, they were claiming that the fires were set when debris from the North Tower hit it. Whatever.
Okay.
But guess what? It doesn't work out in terms of the timing. The fires did not coincide with when the debris hit the building.
Because Building 7 fell quite a bit later.
Yeah, it fell at 5:20 in the evening.
Yeah.
And there were fires burning during the day on specific floors. It was not as though the whole building was engulfed in flame. It was like a relatively small number of floors that were on fire. And you could actually watch during the day, the fire is through the windows. You can actually, in fact, NIST does this in their report. You can see the progression of the fires throughout the day. By the time the building fell, the fires were almost out. In fact, the place that NIST claims is the failure point that triggered the whole thing, the fires had burned out a couple of hours prior. And so once you've burned out the fuel in any one spot, the fire moves on. So the fire only goes 15 or 20 minutes in any one place.
Right.
Because it burns up everything that can burn up, and the fire moves on. And there's nothing more to the burn. So how are you going to get this super hot fire at column 79, which is where they say it failed? Nothing about that scenario makes sense, and it even contradicts their own visual evidence. They have the photographs with timestamps on them throughout the day. And in fact, one of the 9/11 researchers had this little poster he did showing the NIST model of the fire and then the actual timestamp thing. And I said, where did you get these pictures with the timestamps?
Yeah.
It's in the NIST report. It's in the report, in the main part of the report, and then they ignore it when they do their modeling. So NIST is like functioning with two brains here.
Yeah.
And they don't talk to each other, apparently.
It's not even a cohesive argument.
Their modeling doesn't even coincide with their own documented observational data. It's a terrible report.
Patty says that Building 7 was a plane that backed out, but Building 7 wasn't hit.
Building 7 was not hit.
Just the Twin Towers were hit, and then Building 7 just falls at the end of the day.
Yeah. Mysteriously.
Yeah, I remember being completely, I thought, what, another building 7, is it even tall? I don't even think it's tall enough for a plane
Half
to
the
hit.
height of the Twin Towers.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would be a plane with its belly scraping the ground. So, yeah, definitely not. Oh, you think they changed their mind? They were going to hit it with a plane. And I doubt they would want to hit building 7 with a plane, especially when you had all the explosives already rigged up. That's a waste of it.
No, this thing was a pristine demolition. I
It
mean,
really
some
was.
demolitions go bad if they're sloppily done and everything. This one was a textbook demolition. It just went boom, straight down.
Gosh.
Now, what I did, I mean, why I'm even known in the 9/11 truth movement is I measured the rate for the roof line to come down. And I used one of the views when you're taking a camera that's far away, but it's looking level with the roof line. And when you see that, it just looks like a perfectly level roof line. We recently did a paper. It was just published in the Journal of 9/11 Studies a few days ago. By the way, everybody, there's a new organization. I'm on the board, but there's a new organization that was founded called the International Center for 9/11 Justice. And the website is ic911.org. You put that in there, ic911.org. If you look at the listing of the board and all that, I'm on there, and the people on the board, it's an impressive group. We basically are trying to consolidate all of these years of research and try to archive things so that we don't lose all this. And we're trying to promote additional new research. And so 3 of us, Ted Walter and I and Tony Zambodi, just completed a paper. It's been published in the last day or two in the Journal of 9/11 Studies, which is found on that site. And it's 50 pages, so you're gonna have to be dedicated to read that one. But I skimmed through it. But I did new measurements of building 7 coming down. And originally I just tracked the corner of the building. And it literally is supported. Boom. The next frame, it's not. And it's immediately in free fall. It just transitioned. It's like turning a corner from complete support to absolutely zero support, just from one frame to the next.
Well, and if you guys have never seen a building, like when they did it in Kansas City, they really covered it in the news ahead of time. And they went through and showed videos of the people, said the company that did the demolition, setting the charges and everything. And they talked about how they were on, they would go to these support structures and they would set these charges at the support structures, because you break those and then the building just kind of falls in on itself on its own footprint. And so when we looked at the building 7 come down, I'm like, that's perfect. That's exactly what the one in Kansas City looked like. Exactly. Nothing.
The Twin Towers were done differently. They were zipped from the top down, which is very unusual for a demolition. Plus, they're tall, and they've never done demolitions on buildings that tall that are standard demolitions. So they're literally fragmenting the building as they went, working their way down the buildings. Okay.
So when you say zipped from the top down, meaning the charges started at the top instead of the bottom?
Yep. So it's very unusual. It's not a normal demolition.
That actually makes more sense with that video. And I'm going to go back and show that video with that in mind. If you've zipped it from the top.
Go for it. Yeah, the one that's on North Tower, probably.
Let me see. Video. Flight structure south, molten south, north. Here we go. So guys, if you're thinking about that, when we looked at 7, you can see the supports breaking.
Well, you don't.
You see all you corners coming apart.
It just goes down.
Yeah.
And all of the demolition is happening at low levels that are hidden by the foreground buildings. But you can see that what you can see of the building simply drops as a coherent chunk of stuff,
Yeah. So this is video 6, North Tower. Okay, there it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see anything blowing out down below.
Yeah, it's sort of being unzipped from the top down.
Okay, now let's look at 7 again. This is fascinating.
Are you showing 7? I'm seeing North
Yeah,
Tower.
it'll come up in a second. There's just some lag.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it is still on there. Talk on it. Oh, I went to,
Okay.
wait,
Well,
hold
this
on.
is another one. Let's watch
That's North
this one.
Tower.
Let's change topics all of a sudden.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
get this? Okay, look what's I just did this as a back and forth thing, just to look at the top section of the north. This is the North Tower, and look what's happening to that top section. Does that look like a pile driver crushing the building?
Wait,
No.
what the heck is going on
The
there?
top section above where the plane hit is crunching itself. It's the first thing that gets demolished is above where the plane
Above
hit.
where the plane hit. That doesn't even make sense.
You see what's happening?
Yes.
And look at the mast in the middle.
And where are these flames coming from? There's no plane in there, and they're
Okay.
suddenly shooting out the window.
This is stuff from blowing out of the building. This is an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes after the plane. Ignore the plane. It's unrelated to what you're seeing. But look at that television antenna on top, that mast. Okay.
Yep.
Can you go back and show it again? There.
Yeah, it'll come back. It's rolling around.
If you actually carefully measure it, it's almost indistinguishable. The mast, though, actually is the first thing that moves by a fraction of a second. But the roof line and the mast is being supported directly over those 47 core columns that we talked about. Okay. And those 47 core columns are capped off at the top by something called a hat truss.
Okay.
That binds them together and ties them to the perimeter columns. And here's this mast sitting on that structure. For the mast to move down as the very first motion in this building says that every single one of those 47 core columns had to have already been blown out for that to be able to move down.
Well, and think of this. So the plane has hit much further down.
This is the North Tower. It was hit fairly high.
Was it hit up there?
Down here at the bottom of this is approximately where the plane hit.
Okay.
It was about a dozen floors or so above where the plane hit. The South Tower was hit lower. Okay.
I'm looking at that corner. That corner.
It's just sort of doing this, But my point though is
go ahead.
You can't have the mast and the roof going down unless what's under it has been pulverized. There's nothing to crush. I mean, that mast isn't going to crush anything.
No.
How does that mast move down? And how does that happen as the very first downward motion? It's not like stuff is going on down here where the plane broke it and so forth, and then all this stuff is falling. That is indicating that immediately the immediate onset of collapse of this building took out those core columns. All of them.
It's something to watch it. One of the folks asked if we could watch it in reverse, and seeing this in reverse.
Well, this one I was able to manufacture this thing into reverse.
Right.
I could do a little transformation on it. But I mean, I don't think you can do that on
No,
the
I
fly
can't.
here on
But
the
I'm just
program.
saying it's an interesting viewpoint you've given us to be able to watch.
I'm just
that
trying
back
to
and forth.
emphasize, look at this. It's like an accordion, isn't it?
It is.
And so that top section, you're seeing it demolish itself as the first kind of onset of this demolition. So does this fit the description that NIST gives? That their idea is called a pile driver theory. The top section acts like a big hammer. It's going to come down and crush what's under it. No. The top section's blown away before the rest even starts.
Well, and I can't imagine there's even enough weight there to bring the rest of the building down.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like another guy said, well, put it on its side. Can you imagine a Volkswagen crashing into a semi and crushing the semi?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same idea, except here it's tilted vertically. So here's the little Volkswagen on top, and the rest of the building is like the semi-truck,
Well, and their explanation is just is super weak tea. I mean, I'm like, come on, you can come up with something better.
You got to basically get past NIST's explanation and say what really is happening by looking at it with your own eyes. And what we're doing is we're looking at it with our own eyes and adding in whatever knowledge. I mean, the engineers and I'm a physics guy, and some of the others are engineers, others are architects, and we're looking at it, combining our insights into what do we think is really going on. And
I got to imagine that moment where you get to sit down with all of those people and you've kind of been doing this independently, and then you can sit down and you've got the person, because it was like this with COVID. I would sit down with like my pharmacist friend who is a whistleblower, and I would say, this and this, and she's like, oh, wait a minute, what about this? And it would be something that I didn't know that added so much to my understanding. So the collaboration has got to be a huge part for you guys.
Yes. I want to back up. I fragment, when I get to answering a question and I get sidetracked along the way, I never get to the end of it. Yeah. Back ways you were talking about, how did we get together? So I was saying, I made these videos, I put them up on YouTube in preparation for presenting to this physics conference, okay? And had a good day of the physics conference and all that. But those videos that I had posted on YouTube caught the attention of a guy named Justin Keogh, who worked with architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. And he contacts me and say, you're doing some good stuff. Why don't you join our team? So I got invited onto the team of architects and engineers. And so I started attending their little phone conferences and stuff. But then they broke it up into little working groups. And I was on the video team because my stuff is like working with videos. Yeah. And so about 3 or 4 of us on that little video committee or that video team were working closely together. And Justin's he works in a physics lab. He's not a PhD physicist himself or anything, but he works as a lab tech with a group down in Tucson. But anyway, everything I did, I would discuss it with them. It's just a small group, and I'd discuss it, I'd ponder it. What do you think about this? And what do you think's going on here? And then I'd do a video and narrate it. And then I'd pass it around to these guys and sort of have internal peer review among this little small group. And then once I decided, yep, I think that's what I want to say, then put it out there. And like, I don't know if I'd mentioned earlier, some of my video, that one that showed the corner of the building? Mm-hmm. I did a video based on that. It's not this video itself. That's more the raw footage. But I did a video based on that where I just did an infinite loop. I just played it coming down and played it coming down again, probably 20 times or something. Yeah. Each time I'd say, notice this, notice this, notice this. And I just narrated through it. And that by now has gotten over 1 million views. Now you don't see that listed on YouTube because they keep jerking it around.
Oh, sure.
But it was over 100,000 views very quickly. And so I don't know how many views it really got, but it was over 1 million.
That's got to be one of our really first big crowdsourced mysteries. They've got a lot of these podcasts now where they'll do a murder mystery and the audience is listening in and everybody's contributing to the research. And that's a relatively new phenomenon. And I got to think that really took off during 9/11 because so many people were analyzing the videos and going through the reports, collecting all of the different, every person who was on the news, collecting every one of those things, all the eyewitness reports and initial interviews with the firefighters and the police on the street. And it's an incredible time to be alive for crowdsourcing research. And like I said, I can totally relate because of COVID.
Yeah. One of the guys in our little video committee, his name is Nate Flock, and he was an incredible resource. He wasn't a physicist or anything like that, but he was just like a mad collector. He had everything that was out there on video, good quality stuff. He had everything, and he knew what he had. And so I'd get some little junky video on YouTube, or I'd see some little hint of something that had something interesting in it. And so you basically put in an email to Nate, and you'd have a high quality version of that within an hour in your inbox. It was like, nice. He provided the raw material for us to do this. So it was definitely a collaborative effort between, creating the stuff, reviewing the stuff, providing the video. And I learned a lot about the whole I mean, I wasn't a video expert or anything,
Yeah.
but Nate was pretty good at it. And so several of us, were learning from each other during this whole process. So absolutely, collaboration is the name of the game here. And
when you pick up so many unexpected skills along the way,
Yeah.
because you're forced, and I
Yeah.
think it really grows us as researchers for sure.
So I see my primary contribution to a lot of this was I teach physics. And so I know how to express some of these ideas so that you can understand them. And it's also, by the way, correct. Okay. Like, what's the big deal about free fall? All right. So let me show you my explanation of free fall, which I've heard all sorts of people quoting this, and fine, they've heard me say it apparently, it's propagated. So here's a physics teacher's explanation of free fall. If you lift something up high, to get it up there, you had to do work on it. Work in a physics sense means you apply a force through a distance, and you can calculate the amount of work you did on it. And what you call it once you've done work on something, what it has by virtue of having done work on it is called energy, potential energy.
Right.
So you work against the gravitational field. I've loaded it up with potential energy. My little demo to introduce this concept in my classes is I use a mousetrap. Here's a mousetrap, not going to hurt anybody, right? Then you load it. You move that spring across. You're doing a force through a distance, and you lock it in place. And I basically take this loaded mousetrap, and I continue with my physics talk, and I'm walking around in the front of the room, and every eye is locked on that mousetrap. They're sure I'm going to snap my fingers or something like that. But it's like, this is like the magnet that holds all their attention.
Sure.
But, you've given something to it, and you say, see this? What does it have that it didn't have a minute ago?
It's got
It's
potential
the
energy
same amount
now.
of metal, same amount of wood. All I've done is I've moved things around. But what I've done is I've loaded energy into it. So what it has, that thing that you're looking at with anticipation, is energy. And then you put a pencil and you go whack. So there's the energy coming back out again. So once you have energy in it, when it gets released, you really are conscious of the fact there was energy there. So when you load something against gravity, it's like a gravitational mousetrap. You're pulling things apart, the earth and this chunk of stuff. And as I separate these things, just like loading a mousetrap, I've given it potential energy. If you then release it, so there's no forces acting except gravity, it's going to accelerate it and cause it to speed up. And what it's doing is it's transforming that potential energy into energy of motion called kinetic energy. And so that kinetic energy, in order for it to go full speed in free fall, it's transforming all of the potential energy into kinetic energy and nothing else. So if it's in free fall, there's no additional available energy
to go that way.
Anything else.
Yeah.
So it can't possibly be destroying what's under it, because destroying what's under it would absorb energy. That takes energy to break it apart and throw things around. It can't do any of that because all of the energy is being transformed into motion. Okay? So if all the energy is going into motion, that everything else that's happening has a different energy source. Explosives.
That actually makes sense. I dropped physics in college because the physics teacher, first he had this really long beard. Really, it was the biggest white beard.
You were annoyed by long beards?
No. He had this really long beard, and he would sit on one leg of his chair, right? And I have to sit in the front. I get distracted really easy. So the whole time I'm like, oh gosh, today's the day. He's going to fall out of the chair. Something's going to crawl out of his beard. Well, then one day he comes in and he stands and he puts his hand on the desk and he says, I am pushing down on the desk. True or false? And everybody says true. And he says, and the desk is pushing back up on my hand. True or false? And everybody says true. And I'm like, you're in what? No. And I disagreed, like with 100 people there. And I said, if that were true, if you're pushing down on the desk and the desk is actually physically pushing force up on your hand, when you let it go, the desk would move a little bit. And I couldn't get an explanation that made sense. And so I'm like, there's no way I'll pass this class.
Well, you can actually think of that as at a microscopic level, those little atoms in the desk are being compressed a little bit like little tiny springs.
Yeah.
But very tiny distances of compression.
Right.
And so when you let your force off the desk, it does expand out that very tiny amount.
If he would have admitted that, I probably. But he did. He's like, no, the desk doesn't move. And I'm like, well,
not visibly.
But element at a very small level, yes.
Microscopically.
I was right. I knew it. I'm going to go back and take that class.
All right. So that was my point, though, is that you really seem to have gotten my main point. The main point is energy is like an accounting system. There's a certain amount of it. And once you expend that for one thing, you don't have it to also do something else. You can do this or do that. If you're only going to pick up speed, so if you measure it and it's picking up the full complement of speed from falling in free fall, that means every single bit of that potential energy is becoming kinetic energy, leaving nothing else to blow the building apart. Therefore, what you're seeing as this building is being demolished is something produced by something other than the falling section. If you have the falling section crushing it, it's going to slow down the fall. It's not all going to go into kinetic energy. Some of it goes into kinetic energy, and there's extra energy used for other stuff. So you can't do both.
So remember when you said you measured the chunks that were coming out of the building and they were flying out sideways?
Yeah.
That would violate the whole principle of free fall.
Well, that's okay. All right. We're talking, okay.
I wound two things
together. It's talking about
didn't
something
I?
else entirely. Okay. Something being thrown sideways. Yeah. They're getting some energy from somewhere to be thrown. They're being propelled outward.
Yeah.
Okay. And they have a very short, the barrel of a gun propels the bullet, so you have to compress all that stuff behind the bullet, but you only have a certain distance to do it in to get its final speed, and it comes out. Well, here you have a very small chunk of space inside the towers, and by the time something like that exits the tower, then it has its final speed. And so how fast that is going, it picked up that speed over a very short distance. How are you going to accelerate a 4-ton chunk of stuff in that small amount of distance like that?
Yeah, it makes your point beautifully, because you explained the whole free fall thing, and you're like, look, if the energy is all going down, you have to have
wait. Energy doesn't have direction. If all of the energy is getting used to produce motion, there's no additional energy to do other things. That was my point.
So something else is. So there's another factor involved.
Is demolishing the building.
Yes.
And what else might that be? It was not the falling building doing it. It wasn't the fires doing it.
It's just such explosives. It's such a good argument for somebody who is struggling with it. When you explained it like that, you're like, everything's going to go this way, and then suddenly you've got this huge piece of thing being ejected out of the building. By what?
By something else.
By something else, exactly. You just made the point really well. Okay, so I've got a video 10 that is a distant view.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we did that one. I got to put you in the shot here. Hold on just a second. I can't believe it's making me add those at the end. There we go.
Tells me I'm on stage here.
Yep, you're on stage. Okay, there it is. Now, what are we looking at here? Oh, it's not up on the big screen yet. There we go.
Okay, now this is the video that I used to measure the fall of the building. And I used the top right corner initially. And see how it's coming down?
Yep.
I could put that in tracker and measure point by point as it's coming down, and measure the speed at every moment. And then I could measure the acceleration, which is how fast the speed builds up.
Yep.
So the way that you characterize free fall is something which is falling due to gravity is going to increase its speed by the same amount every second. So in metric units, because I use that. Okay, 9.8 meters per second is how much additional speed it's going to gain every second. So that's called the acceleration of gravity, is 9.8 meters per second each second. Okay? So I measure the acceleration of the building. I mean, my program measures it for me, actually. I just put the marks on the corner of the building, track it as it comes down. There it goes. And I have a little thing that makes a graph of it and puts the best fit straight line through this chunk of data where it's coming down like that. And the slope of that line is going to give me the acceleration. I look at the acceleration, 9.8. It nails it. It is at the acceleration of gravity. It's not approximately, it is moving with the acceleration of gravity. It means it's moving with zero resistance. And
oh, wow.
When I first did this for myself, I was expecting it would be up close to the acceleration of gravity. No, it was on the money. And I was amazed.
I mean, there would obviously be resistance if it fell the way they said.
There is no resistance.
But there
would be if it were a natural collapse.
Yes.
If this building were crushing what's under it, that would be using some of the energy, which means it couldn't fall that fast.
Right.
But it is falling that fast, which is telling me all the energy got used up that way. None of the energy is going into crushing the building until after 2.5 seconds, it starts crushing. Okay. But for the first 2.5 seconds, it's in absolute free fall, which means, and that's equivalent of about 8 floors. So for about 8 floors, low in the building that you can't see because it's buildings in the foreground.
Right.
Those had to have been blown out, and this thing is falling into the void.
Because there's no resistance.
We are proving that there's no resistance by measuring it as being at free fall. And in order for it to be no resistance, all the columns, there's a bunch of columns there. And by the way, you see the top left corner? So our recent research, I went back and we measured, Ted and I did a lot of this stuff. We measured all sorts of points, like the left corner, the right corner. We went on the side. There's a view that shows another corner and a couple of spots along the roof line. We exhaustively measured this. All of these roof line points transition to absolute free fall, from support to free fall. They make that transition simultaneously within the resolution of our measurements, which was 0.2 of a second. So within that resolution, you can say all of the roof line transition to free fall simultaneously. This building is 100 meters from side to side and almost the same width as a football field. It would sit on a football field and it's sort of trapezoidal. It would actually go out into the end zone and it would basically cover a football field. You have all of those columns on. How does the column on this end of the building transition to zero resistance at the same instant as over on this side of the building?
That's not possible. I mean, short of imploding.
They were simultaneously, within a tiny fraction of a second, they were all taken out.
I mean, it's
across
just
the building.
It's just down, 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 down. It's not like what you would expect to see. Like, so what is their answer for why it went down?
They don't have a good answer.
What's their crappy
They're
answer?
They're done. They've done their. They released this final report at the end of the Bush administration during the lame duck period. So they basically ran out the clock.
Yeah.
After the election, so Obama's been elected. Bush is in power still, but he's irrelevant.
Right. He's at the end of his term.
Yeah. So it's the irrelevancy period. They call it the lame duck period. All right. That's when they release the report. They walk away. No accountability. We put it, architects and engineers. I don't work with them directly anymore, but architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and I contributed to this effort. They did a what's called officially, it's called a request for correction. It's a specific form you fill out, but you basically, they did a big old analysis showing the errors in the report, pointing out what needed to be corrected. And I did an enhanced analysis of this as my contribution to that report. So they just ignored it. And so then there was a lawsuit. There was a group called Lawyers Committee for 9/11. I'm missing some words. Anyway, the Lawyers Committee for the group, they took him to court. They basically say no standing. I don't know. It's like they're just ignoring it. They're not addressing it. You're very much involved with COVID stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, does the CDC respond to your criticism? When you show that they're wrong, does it do any good? No, they're not. Short of a FOIA operating on a logical basis, are they?
No. Short of people doing the FOIA requests, which I'm guessing people probably weren't doing a lot of at 9/11.
We had a bunch of FOIA requests.
Did they just
a lot of our data, a lot of these videos came from NIST.
From the FOIAs.
They have all these videos. They gave them to us through a FOIA.
Wow. And it's just fascinating that our government does not feel like they have to answer us about anything.
Well, good point.
That's a scary.
So basically, you have to wake people up without necessarily going through, you can't wait for MSNBC or Fox News or anybody else to
don't hold your breath.
Come out and announce the truth. No, you got to do alternative news, right? You got to do alternative ways of communicating with the population. And you can awaken the population, and the awakened population ultimately has power.
Yes.
But, just getting them to do the obvious logical thing. No, it's a circus.
Well, you guys really had more of an uphill battle than we had with COVID, because with COVID, these platforms were set up. You could get on Rumble, you could talk about it. They weren't going to shut you down.
Back then, you could put this on YouTube and they wouldn't shut you down. So they weren't doing the censorship thing. So we were just doing it right there on YouTube. And
they're just like, well, we'll just ignore those people. They're irrelevant.
They monkey around with your statistics. Like, I never got accurate readings on how many views and things like that. But that's sort of a secondary thing.
It's just, wow. Okay, so the video 11 is tracking.
Oh, okay.
Building 7.
Once we get there.
Okay, get you fixed up there in the screen.
Okay.
It's just a little lag there. Here it comes.
Okay, so is this just okay? Was that just an image, or was that no, it's moving. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's actually showing the little red mark that I'm using to track the corner of the building there.
Yep.
And then off to the right, it shows that graph. And then if you put in analyze, it comes over to this data tool that goes with it. And you see how I put the straight line through that part of the data. Mm-hmm. And then the acceleration, which is shown to the bottom corner. And I just put it in big so you can see it. 9.8, right?
Yep.
So that slope on a velocity versus time graph indicates acceleration of gravity.
Okay.
So if it's a straight line of any slope, it means it's a constant acceleration. If it's that particular slope, it means it's the acceleration of gravity, which means gravity is the only force acting, which means there are no other forces, which means it's acting with no resistance.
Jeez. What a cool tool.
So are we flaky? NIST is pretty darn flaky. And so, there's a lot of, hey, you're familiar with, they put out propaganda, don't they?
Oh, gosh.
So this thing,
as a rule,
the Bush administration waited over a year before they even had the 9/11 Commission, it was the family members that forced them to eventually, politically forced them to have some kind of a analysis. And the whole thing was, it's just like the Warren Commission. It's just like a whitewash.
Just a paper.
So the Warren Commission, no, not Warren. The 9/11 Commission report was a huge, gigantic whitewash. and there's all kinds of stuff been written about it. David Ray Griffin had a book he put out called something about the 9/11 Commission's omissions and distortions, okay? And he basically goes through and analyzes all the stuff they're
Well,
doing.
when you're looking at basic science, like, the rate of acceleration, I mean, yes.
That's literal high school physics.
That is high school physics.
I taught high school physics, and I also taught junior college calculus-based physics and stuff like that. But I don't have a PhD. I have a master's. I have a bachelor's in physics, a master's in math, and I've taught at both levels, okay? But this material, slopes of graphs and velocity versus time graphs and all that kind of thing, all of that is literally the first semester of a high school physics course.
Well, this is the thing, David, that I have found is that, when all of COVID started happening, I got sick right away and almost died. And I was going to dive into this and teach on my way out. I'm like, it's going to kill me. I'm going to try to do some good as I'm leaving, And so as I'm reading these articles and I'm just looking at, I mean, it was like non-scientists wrote them, they would, one of the studies for hydroxychloroquine, they used as their dosage 2,400 milligrams in the first 24 hours.
Enough to kill you.
Right. Your max dose would be 600, and this is it. I have an associate's degree in nursing. I've been a nurse for 20 years, all critical care. What got me was they didn't even lie well enough to fool me. Yeah. And granted, I'm smart and I read and I'm a good critical reader, but I'm looking at that study and they're saying, well, it wasn't we didn't poison them with the hydroxychloroquine. If that had been the case, they would have died right away. And I'm like, oh, why am I never anywhere where I could ask the question? Because the question there is, well, hydroxychloroquine has a 30 to 50 day half-life. So if they died anywhere in 30 to 50 days, they still had half that drug in their system, which is an overdose. Mm-hmm. So even if they died past that point, because your half-life, so if your half-life
you might 30, deteriorate something until you quit,
right, Right. And I looked through the studies and I'm like, we know this drug lowers blood sugar. There was nothing in these study parameters. I don't know who wrote these studies or who approved them, but there was nothing in there saying, hey, we need to keep an eye on even non-diabetics' blood sugar because this drug is used as an anti-diabetic drug in India, like basic things. And so what is fascinating to me is when the government perpetrates something or whoever perpetrates it, but especially the government, they don't even do a really good job. Like they're sloppy about hiding it. They're sloppy with their math. They're sloppy with their storytelling and their messaging. And COVID was a beautiful example of it. And now I'm seeing this. You're showing that acceleration, and I'm thinking, I remember doing that in high school.
Okay. If you look at the NIST report for Building 7, there was a section in there where they talk about the fall of the building and the rate of fall and so forth, right? They use a formula that is not applicable. They use observational methods that are not applicable. And they basically come to this conclusion that is flat out, blatantly, obviously false. And you know how that graph went sort of horizontal for a while, then it turned a corner and went down? Mm-hmm. They took, like, if it's like taking the very first point on their graph and the very last point on their graph and like drawing a straight line between them and measuring the slope of that line as though that's the acceleration of the building. Yeah. They say that's 40% slower than free fall. No, to find the acceleration, the only time their technique and their little equation for the acceleration is valid is if you know a priori, you know ahead of time that it is going to be uniform acceleration. Like if I take a rock and I simply let go and measure the rock, I can take the starting velocity or say a rock is falling past your window, right? You take the speed at the top and the speed at the bottom, and you can actually find the acceleration from that. But in a complicated situation where the acceleration is changing, none of that's valid. You have to actually take the graph and look at the slope, and the slope's going to change as the graph wobbles along. And so the only kind of slope that makes any physical sense, that has any meaning, is the instantaneous acceleration. Okay, to take 2 points like this, even though it's doing a bunch of stuff in between, it's like ignoring all of the data except those 2 points and claiming that represents the motion. It is so. I mean,
insulting.
I'd fail a student in high school for turning in a lab report like that.
It's insulting.
And here they're doing it on the NIST report. It has to be absolute fraud, because any of those guys at NIST, they are not stupid. They're engineers and so forth, and they know what they're doing. Anybody who touched that report has to know that they are perpetuating a fraud. So there's no excusing them.
In their mind, they just need enough to fool the general public, and then they'll just ignore you guys.
That's what's going on, yeah.
And that's so David had said
all it takes for that is for the report to be thick enough that nobody reads it.
Right. You're just overwhelmed by it. They threw out some sciencey stuff at the beginning, and everybody's like, okay, sounds good. But David had sent me this the video that he made talking about efficacy of the vaccine.
Oh, you're going to show that too?
No, I didn't pull that one up, but
okay.
He was showing the efficacy of the vaccine, and he was talking about the rate of injury.
Are you talking about me or somebody else?
No, it was you. You sent it to me.
Okay.
So you had, like, if there was it was 99% effective.
Oh, no. Let me explain it just to get it right, okay?
Yes.
What I was trying to show is a little different than what you're saying, okay? I was trying to show how I was skeptical of the vaccine, even though I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical researcher, none of that. I'm simply I'm a math teacher. Decades ago, I ran into a math problem, it took a hypothetical situation. Say there is a disease that comes along that could kill 10,000 people, okay? And there's a medication that's produced that will fight this disease with 99.9% efficacy. All right?
Yep.
All right. So, and by that, I spell out that this problem, I saw it in a journal article or a magazine or somewhere. Anyway, I used it with my class just to illustrate a point. So if this 99.9% efficacy, in the sense that 99.9% of the people who take this medication will be completely cured, and 0.1% will be killed. Okay, this medication will kill 0.1%. It'll cure 99.9%. Now, if this is a fatal disease for 10,000 people, the 0.1% would be like 10 people.
Yep.
So if you take the medication, 10 people will die, but nearly 10,000 people will survive. Is that an ethical medicine to give out?
As long as the consent is informed, you take your risk.
Yeah. So stuff like that. Okay. Yes. I mean, it's obviously doing a great benefit overall
for the majority.
Yeah. And those 10 people that died, if it's a fatal disease like we were postulating,
sure,
those people would have died anyway. So
right.
Just say we failed to save 10 people, but we saved close to 10,000 people. All right. So far, so good.
Yeah, the greater good is served.
Now, next phase, somebody comes along and says, let's go one better. Rather than do this thing up as a medicine to address the disease, let's put it out as a vaccine and give it to everybody so that people don't even come down with this disease.
Yes, let's give it to healthy people.
They're going to give it to the population so nobody even comes down with this disease, right? Or very few, right? Is that an ethical thing to do? Well, you have to do the math. That's the point of this thing. What is 0.1% of the U.S. population? 300 million people?
Yeah, 330.
Oh, you're going to kill 300,000 people. So if you have 0.1% fatalities, you see?
Yeah.
That's 300,000 people. No, that's not ethical, because here you've expanded your base. You're giving this to all of these healthy people.
Yes, you're giving it
who
to
don't
healthy
need
people.
the medicine.
Yes.
And some of those healthy people, you're going to kill them. You see? And in other words, there was one of the colleagues in this thing. I won't say who it is, but it's one of the researchers in the whole COVID scene. You'll probably recognize it. He said, vaccines are the safest medications ever made. And my response is, well, they had better be.
Yeah.
Because if it's something you're going to give to the general population and you just hold it to the same standards that you would for a medication you give to sick people, you're going to do far more damage than you're going to do good.
And this from a person who doesn't have a medical background. So
no, I'm talking about high school math teacher,
yes,
right?
Just basic.
Just look at the numbers.
Yeah. And that's it. And I think people maligned us for so long, that we were trying to kill people or whatever. And I'm looking at it. And so I had the additional layer when I was watching the trials as they were progressing. What was interesting about it is the difference between absolute and relative risk reduction.
Okay.
So
that's a different issue than what I was discussing.
Totally different. Yeah. I'm just adding a layer for them. So you guys imagine you've got this vaccine, right? And Pfizer comes to the FDA and says it's 99% effective. But they're giving you relative risk reduction, right? Yeah. So they've got 2 people in the non-vaccinated group that die and 1 person in the vaccinated group that dies. And that's where that number comes from. What that number does not take into consideration is absolute risk reduction. Not everyone has the same risk of serious illness. Yeah. So you have to further weigh the risk of complications. So children, we know, healthy children almost exclusively did not die from this disease. You'll have your outliers, but for the most part, it is infinitesimal.
Are you familiar with Jeremy Hammond's book about Paul Thomas in Portland?
No.
Oh, man. And
he's going to lay some knowledge on me.
Here goes. Paul Thomas was a pediatrician. Maybe you know the story once I tell it. But he's a pediatrician up in Portland area that accepted families that were unvaccinated kids. Do you remember this now?
Yes. Tell the story.
Yeah. And whereas if you're a family that doesn't vaccinate your kids and you're up in that area, you can't find a doctor to go to. But he opened a clinic that would accept these families in. So he had this huge clientele, many of whom were totally unvaccinated, and many of the remainder being randomly partially vaccinated because maybe they started the vaccinations and decided to quit.
So he's got a huge control group built in.
So you have a comparison between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, basically. Partially vaccinated versus the unvaccinated, all right? And so he ran into some trouble with the medical board.
Yep.
Just a second here. Oh, the name of the book, Fran just brought me a little note. The name of the book is called The War on Informed Consent. That's by Jeremy Hammond, and he's writing about Paul Thomas, all right? And if you go online, I think there's actually a PDF of some articles that became the book. And so you can
His name again, Jeremy what?
Hammond, Hammond.
Hammond, got it.
Jeremy Hammond. Anyway, there. All right. I know him, by the way, from the 9/11 issues.
Really?
Yeah, I know him from, he and I were in correspondence about Building 7 and a lot of stuff like that. So he's an all-around good researcher and so forth. But then he got into this whole COVID thing, I think because of his own kids. Or not the COVID thing, but the vaccine issue because of looking into it for his kids. Anyway, the point being, he has this book. And so all right, backing up. Okay. Paul Thomas ran into trouble with his medical board.
Yeah.
He said, my unvaccinated kids are healthier than the vaccinated ones. Yep. And they said, prove it. Show us peer-reviewed literature that proves that. So he got together with some sort of a mathematician, researcher kind of guy, and they took his own database of vaccinated and unvaccinated kids and anonymized it so that you could do legitimate research with it, and apparently even got it approved to do it as ethically, without revealing people's medical records and stuff.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so he
redacted that.
basically went through and did an analysis of the two populations he had in his own clinic. All right. And in that book, there is this, there's a page with all of these graphs showing for all of these different conditions. They didn't even mention autism. It's looking at everything else.
Yeah, it was like eczema, asthma, allergies.
Everything. Yeah, all of those.
Cancer.
But you know the one I'm talking about now, right?
I do. Yep.
Okay. You know the one that got me? I mean, so here it has like an orange line and a blue line or something like that. And in every single category, you have steep. Here's from 0 to 10 years old. He had for the first 10 years of life, he has all of this, and you can see the what he measured was how many office visits were there for each complaint. So he's using office visits as a measure of how, what kind of issues the kid was having, right?
Right.
And it also measured, like if there's more office visits, it's a more intense issue, right?
Right.
So he's quantifying what they had and how badly they had it all mixed into one, right?
Yes.
So they have all these graphs, and every single one of them is stark differences between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. The one that blew me away, and here, I'm a teacher, and I run into some of these issues at school, ADHD. All right? So here's this steep curve for the vaccinated.
Yes.
Unvaccinated, totally flat.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know what the actual numbers were, but the graph looked within range of being no cases of ADHD. I don't know if there was onesie twosies or whatever in there.
Right.
But graphically speaking, it looked like a flat graph for the unvaccinated and a steep increase for vaccinated over the 10 years,
Yeah.
And
it was obvious.
I mean, I don't remember in my early years. I've been teaching since 1972. All right. So I'm an old guy. I'm older than you think. All right. But
I won't tell you how old I was then.
They had ADD. They had all these other things. But as far as kids with ADHD, that's sort of a new thing that got introduced.
Yes.
And it's probably 1989 with all the rest of these things. But you can see the clear connection. I mean, I can see the clear connection.
Well, and we keep saying that, I'm like, I was born in 1970, and autism was unheard of. And I would have known, because I have a brother with an intellectual disability who was in special schools. Mm-hmm. So I would have known if there
would have been bumping shoulders with parents of autistic
right,
kids, right?
Right. If you were just a regular kid in a regular school with no disabled family members, you probably didn't know disabled people existed in 1970s because they weren't in school with you. Schools weren't integrated at that point. But we were able to keep all of the kids in the Downriver area in Michigan in one school. So it wasn't prolific. And people are like, oh, it just wasn't as diagnosed then. No, that's not it. It wasn't that it wasn't as diagnosed.
I don't know if it was Pierre Corey or RFK Jr. or somebody, one of those guys said, missing autism is like missing a train wreck.
It is. How do you, and my brother got the MMR vaccine. My mom went into the hospital to have me. He got the MMR just before she went in to have me. And when she came home, he wasn't walking or talking anymore. Yeah. And it took us, my mom's like, it's got to have to do with that shot. He was walking and talking. And they're like, well, kids develop at different rates. And we weren't talking about developing at different rates. He was developed to that rate. And now he's not doing those things. That's different than, oh, your kid is 14 months old and isn't walking yet. This was a kid.
They're trying to shift the burden of proof that we aren't even going to pay attention to what causes autism until you can prove it. And basically there's obviously a problem. There's obviously a correlation. So it should be on to the CDC and all them.
Yeah, but they deny the correlation.
It's supposed to be their job to go looking at this. All right, if you don't believe it's the vaccines, go find the cause.
Then what is it? What is it?
But the vaccines are a very obvious candidate, if nothing else.
I do
So
love that about RFK, that he has for a long time been looking into this, and there are no, I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, there are no placebo-controlled trials for vaccines. They're not
right,
required to have them.
yeah,
And so when they're testing a vaccine, the group that's in the control group sometimes is getting a meningitis vaccine. They should be getting nothing. They should be getting saline. But
mhm.
you're giving them a meningitis vaccine, and it makes those side effects look equivalent, more equivalent, because they
Well,
are getting
if
something.
it's the ancillary material in the vaccine and it's in both vaccines, there's no control group.
Right, well, and you've got the adjuncts that they put
Yes.
into the vaccine, and the adjunct is to stimulate. It is a toxin to your body that stimulates an immune reaction that amplifies your reaction to the actual pathogen.
Mhm.
So we put something in there to hype up the immune system that,
Yep.
that the body does not tolerate, which is why the immune system is hyped up. And we put it in there with your measles, your inactivated viruses, or depending on what vaccine we're talking about. But eh, you know, they've not even done tests just on the adjuvants to see what happens to people. They can put all these things in the drugs, and all they're testing is the active ingredient, but you're putting a toxic adjuvant in there, and you're
Mhm.
not looking at that by itself to see what happens in children that get
Mhm.
this much aluminum.
Mhm.
And the aluminum is an active ingredient, so we don't even have to worry about that. You can just throw it in there at whatever
So
amount.
you pump a bunch of stuff into the bodies of kids,
Yes.
and you say, "Oh, of course it's going to be safe."
Oh, sure.
I
Horos.
mean, the assumption should be if you push a bunch of foreign material into a kid's arm,
Yeah.
the presumption should be you probably doing something to something,
Well, they did this.
and
They
to
did
not look and to call everybody else an anti-vaxxer,
just because they have questions.
yeah,
Like, they did these tests where they gave the children the vaccine, and then, or I think it started with mice, but they gave the vaccine with the adjuvant in it, and then they measured, this was with mercury. They measured how much mercury came out through the urine,
yeah,
and
I
and
heard that
none
one, yeah,
and none in the feces either, and so they're like, "Well, see there? It's gone in a few days." If it didn't come out, where
yeah,
is it? It's
yeah,
in the brain. When they
yeah.
when
It
they
turned
go in
out
and
it's in the
biopsy the
brain.
brain, that's where it is. So Horo
I want to say something here.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So I basically am fully into this whole 9/11 thing.
Mhm.
I have insights. I've basically put my stuff out there, and I'm following up on a lot of stuff. All right. But within the 9/11 community, we have become so um, aware of the kind of reception our research gets and all that. Among all of the main 9/11 researchers, almost all of them, I'm not sure of all of them, but a huge number of them are vaccine, or COVID vaccine, at least COVID vaccine skeptics.
Yeah.
All right. So the 9/11 carries over. People talk, people say, how did I get involved in 9/11? Well, my answer is 1980s. I was involved with a church in Southern California that was working with refugees from El Salvador. And so here are these refugees coming in here. They were being targeted by death squads that the US government was backing. And then you have the Contras in Nicaragua that the US was
Yes.
backing. The CIA was organizing this group of people to destroy Nicaragua.
Yeah, Jeffrey
right?
Prather has so much information on that.
Well, I'm just saying, I was directly involved. I had intimate, firsthand contact with these refugees, heard their stories. I showed it. All right, there's a video. I'm not sure if it's still available, but it was circulating back then, called El Norte. And it was talking about the experience of these two people, a brother and sister. I mean, it was a dramatization, but they come out of this village in Guatemala and they end up in the United States, and so their whole saga, right? And there's a scene in it early on where they're in this village and these military trucks roll into town, and then they run around gathering people and putting them in the truck. So that's the scene. Okay, I've shown this to various groups of people, and so there's a scene. You wonder what's going to happen to these people, and it goes on with the story, right? I showed this to those two refugee families, and we had to stop the movie.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I could not continue. they were just completely triggered by that. Like they knew exactly what was going to happen to those people. I mean, that's the kind of authenticity of experience where you can just feel it in the air. You have no question, are they reliable? They are re-experiencing it in your presence, you know?
Yeah, don't give me this anecdotal stuff. These people have been there.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was the kind of experience that basically rid me of this whole American exceptionalism thing.
Yeah.
Like, we're good guys. No, we do incredibly evil things outside of our borders where people aren't aware of what's going on. So we've done this stuff all over the world in all these countries. So on 9/11, I didn't have all this analysis under my belt, but I saw the thing and people were saying terrorists, you know. So my initial, I saw it in the morning. I went to school. First guy I ran into was another teacher who was pretty like-minded in a lot of politics and stuff. And so my very first words out of my mouth is, looks like the chickens have come home to roost.
Oh, wow.
You know? Huh?
Wow.
I mean, that was my first thought.
Yeah.
Was, of course, we have done so much crap.
We've perpetrated all this stuff
all over the world.
Yeah.
What?
We've perpetrated all this stuff and now they're coming for us.
And here it's coming back on us, right? Or another term for that's blowback, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was my initial theory of what's going on. But the point is, it was no big hurdle. Oh, would we do such a thing? Well, obviously, we're doing that all over the world all the time. So it was not a big... So the difference here is, I mean, once we got into realizing that this actually was being orchestrated from within our own borders, whether it's the military, the CIA, the administration, I want to, all right, whatever it is like that, it was not a big hurdle to accept that once you have recognized what really goes on through these governmental agencies and stuff, right? I want to back off and lead you through one little line of reasoning. Let's say Building 7 was blown up with explosives, which is pretty obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that's the only thing of all of this today that is convincing, all right?
Okay.
What does that tell you? If there are explosives planted in the building and it was a clean demolition, that took weeks to months to prepare and plan. Therefore, it's not a surprise attack. So the whole thing with the hijackers and all that, it's a cover story. So right off the bat, as soon as you know it's a demolition, you know it's all that other stuff, it's not a surprise attack. It had to be planned and orchestrated. Who did it?
For that to be coincidental would be, the odds of that would be astronomical.
No, I'm not even going to coincidence.
No.
Okay. But my point is, who could have done that? They had to coordinate the planting of the explosives. They had to coordinate the obtaining the explosives. And we've analyzed the dust. I didn't mention that earlier. They've analyzed we have analyzed the dust, found traces of nanothermite, which is a military material. It's not on the open market. That's in the dust. Okay. So
wow.
I don't know if you didn't know
I've
about
actually
that.
read about nanothermite. Yes.
Okay. Nanothermite has been found in the dust. Shouldn't have been there.
There's no explanation for that. That's not on an airplane. That's not.
Okay. I'm not done yet.
Oh my goodness.
So you basically have military grade material that you had to have access to vast amounts of nanothermite. You had to have access to the buildings to plant it. You had to have access to the expertise. By the way, it doesn't have to be one of these demolition companies. My friend who is the demolition guy in the Army, he said, no, the Army is the most experienced demolition company in the world. You know?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So anyway, so you have that. You had to coordinate with the with the military to not shoot down the planes till they got to their targets. You had to coordinate with the State Department to get these hijackers, supposedly the hijackers, into the country, who I basically interpret as patsies, part of the cover story.
Yeah, well, and that's starting to fall apart.
You had to coordinate with the press because they got the official story out on the street on the day of 9/11. They had Osama bin Laden's name mentioned before as the buildings were coming down.
Yeah, they were
already
saying
talking
this
about
looks like
Osama
the
bin
work of
Laden.
Osama bin Laden,
So
terrorists.
they had
Yeah.
the PR stuff already out there ready to go. And then you have to coordinate with NIST. Hey,
Yeah.
NIST has a high reputation for being a really competent group of people. And, they do all the standards and stuff for business and engineering and all sorts of things. It used to be called the National Bureau of Standards. Okay, it's a real competent organization. You'd be privileged to get a job working there, et cetera. Okay, how do you get a group like that to produce such a piece of crap report that a high school teacher like me can just rip apart, I can show you exactly where they're using illogic, wrong formulas, everything, right? So look at all the pieces of the puzzle that had to be coordinated. And then you say, who possibly has the reach to coordinate all those elements? Is that some guy in a cave? No. That's somebody within this administration. By the way, NIST is not an independent scientific organization. Do you know who
Really?
NIST is organized under?
No.
Part of the Department of Commerce. That's in the executive branch of government. Directly under.
You're kidding me.
Bush and Cheney and
so
those
they
guys.
didn't have any kind of third party.
It was not an outside agency at all. It was under the control of the White House.
Wow.
So I'm just saying. So who does this all point to? If you want to say who done it? Well, the premise of all this was just assume Building 7 was blown up. By the way, if Building 7 was blown up and these other things just happened to be blown up or whatever on the same day, it means all elements of this event were part of the same big event.
Yeah.
All the planes,
that would stand to reason.
The Twin Towers, Building 7, the Pentagon, all these things were part of one operation being controlled by elements within the administration and or the security agencies and or the military or something like that. So it's an inside job in spades. And I'm just saying that follows from following the physical evidence, which is why I didn't want you to jump to the end before. You have to keep a person on the trail, because what you want to get at the end is to see how the actual physical evidence is what directly takes you to the right path.
Well, because if you're looking at, just basic things like you said, it would take
energy,
right?
Forces. Energy.
And also that the way those buildings came down, it would take weeks to set up all your charges for that. I gotta think, that's not just a bunch of guys that have flown into the country and are hanging out. You know what I mean? They give you there's so many crossed messages that one so dilutes the other that by the time you get done listening to the government story, you're like, none of this makes sense, but I'm so confused I wouldn't even know where to start asking questions. Yeah. And so until I had listened to scientists coming forward saying, wait, very simple calculations here will show you that what they're saying does not make sense. All this follow the science. Then when you follow the science, they're like, whoa, stop following the science. That's crazy. That's not how it works. And like you said, these are basic high school calculations for acceleration. And this isn't rocket science.
I saw a meme recently on Facebook was saying, I keep following the science, but it keeps leading to the money.
It's so true. Now we're to the point where they don't even want us to follow the science. Now they make fun of this whole do your own research. So I'll say something like, look, guys, I'm not a doctor.
So they don't want me to do my own research either, right?
Well, yeah. So now they're just telling us, no, you don't need to do your own research. We'll just tell you what to think. And I thought, wow, that's a lot. In 3 short years, we've come from do your own research to no, do not do your own research. You're not smart enough to figure this out. because they can't figure it out. They can't even keep their own lies straight.
There are epistemological problems with saying, orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is like, we have established truth sitting over here. You have to believe it. And so the whole idea, who knows the truth, who is responsible for figuring out and documenting what is and is not true. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so for them to perpetuate this, there's an orthodox belief system in terms of the pharma stuff or in terms of the 9/11 or all these things. They're wanting you to, sign on with the official story. That's the orthodoxy, right? Who
tell me a story I can
says
believe.
that stuff is true?
Right.
And who's paying them?
Exactly. And that's exactly where it always comes back to, just this idea that trust your government, and being a child of the 70s, I can remember coming home from school and telling my dad something my teacher said, and he's like, that is absolutely not true. And I would, rebut with, well, my teacher said, and he said, so your teacher is the end all be all of knowledge. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, she's my teacher. And he's like, she's a second grade teacher. There are things she doesn't know. It's okay for you to ask questions. Go back and ask her this. And I just, my mom's like, she doesn't need to be questioning the teacher. And my dad, I remember the look on his face.
Absolutely, you need to question the teacher.
Yeah, he's like, what kind of teacher is she if she can't answer that question? She put it out there. He said, go respectfully, ask her after class. You don't want to embarrass her. And I'm like, how am I going to embarrass her? I'm a little kid. She's going to have an answer for this. And I can't remember what it was, but he was right. She was wrong. And it just blew my mind because I had, as kids back then, and I don't know, well, I guess kids are like that now too. I had this unshakable faith in everything that somebody in authority would tell me. And that didn't really get undone till way later in life. I assumed as people got older, they got more honest. And it just doesn't seem to be the case for the people in charge, sadly. Mm-hmm. The more they get away with, the less honest they become. I got a few comments here. Wolf says the COVID shots are killing more people than they ever saved at this point. Well, the problem with that is everybody who got the shot is assuming it saved their lives, and we don't actually have any proof of that they would have died from it anyway. Horo says, Pfizer actually hid deaths during stage. Yeah, we've gone over all of that in previous shows.
By the way, I met somebody a few days ago who literally had never heard of ivermectin. How does somebody get this far through the thing? No, they had heard of it for horses because they worked with horses, but they had never heard of ivermectin as a human medicine.
I met somebody the other day who had never.
They're not stupid, by the way, but no. I'm just saying, it's like, how does that?
They're oblivious.
How does that not get to everybody? And it's because they don't tell you about that any more than they tell you about Building 7,
Well, I ran into somebody the other day who'd never heard of Dr. Fauci.
Well, that's a different story because they are promoting him on. Huh?
But he's on TV all the time.
I know, but I'm just saying ivermectin is not. I mean, they tend to be hiding.
Oh yeah.
Other than the smear jobs and stuff like that, but anyway, I'm just saying it's interesting. I mean, on the 9/11 thing, to have a whole auditorium full of physics teachers and a third of them have never heard of Building 7. Couple of decades, or at least a decade. It was about a decade after the event. Never heard of Building 7, never seen Building 7 come down because they never showed it.
Right. Because they don't talk about it. It doesn't come up. It's just the Twin Towers.
By the way, I want another thing. Back in, I don't know if it's 2006, 7, 8, somewhere in there, Tucker Carlson interviewed Stephen Jones on his program. Stephen Jones was a physics professor at BYU, nice conservative school, very conservative guy, and all the rest. But his email address has hard evidence is his handle, right? Mm-hmm. So even though he's this very soft-spoken, gentle guy, but boy, he's laser focused on hard evidence. But anyway, that's getting beside the point. He was on Tucker Carlson. He obviously admired him. He was, and so forth. But he had come on to be interviewed about Building 7. He said, I provided you with a video clip of Building 7. Could you roll that now? And Tucker wouldn't do it.
Well, yeah.
Several times he said, could you roll that? I don't, it's important people see this. Several times he needled Tucker to get him to show the video. And Tucker said, oh, just talk about it,
Yeah.
Why aren't you, and it was just it's all discombobulated. He wouldn't show it. And anyway, so that was then. Tucker, a few months ago, I heard him talking about a bunch of stuff and all this censorship and everything. And he said, why can't we do blah, blah? Why can't we talk about Building 7?
Yes.
He said that. And then recently, when he got on his Twitter thing, if you look at his first Twitter show,
I've watched them all.
He again talks about why can't we talk about 9/11? I saw Jimmy Dore showing that clip. And so Jimmy Dore is sitting there, and when Tucker says that, he goes, it's like, oh, we can talk about 9/11 again, huh?
Somebody said it out loud, the thing we're not allowed to say.
I mean, I know that Jimmy Dore has a background where he has talked in the past.
Sure.
But he has not talked about 9/11 for a long time. I'm sure he doesn't want to jeopardize his YouTube's channel. But so here Tucker Carlson is opening the door for this topic again.
Sure.
And we're encouraging him to keep that door sliding open,
And David, look at historically what happens when you censor. When you censor people, the truth gets out even more. It's like when they tried to take Rogan off of Spotify. Rogan, his viewership grew. They took Tucker Carlson. He had about 5 million on a good night on Fox News. They suspend him on air. Don't even fire him.
88 million he got?
Yeah, he had 100 million.
100 million
on Twitter. Yeah. And I'm like, wow, good job, guys. Way to expand someone's reach, And Dan Bongino, he's come to Rumble, and we're just seeing their platforms explode, because that's what happens when you try to shut people up. It makes people wondering, what are they saying that is so edgy that I'm not allowed to hear it, that they have to take this person off the air, and people seek it out. And you would think at some point our government would figure this out, because it happens every time they do this. Kennedy, look at Kennedy, from the very beginning, everyone was like, this, there's no way it went down this way. I was there, everybody had their arguments and their insights, and just looking at it as an average person, what they're saying doesn't make any sense. But they eventually shut everyone up, and they kept shutting them up, and they were going to finally release the information, and then didn't, and then they were going to release it, and then they didn't. And now
talking about Kennedy assassination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we got RFK Jr. right there in the spotlight. And I'm like,
saying
good job.
Out loud on the media that the CIA took out his uncle.
He's saying all the no words. He's talking about vaccines. He's talking about the pollution that these big corporations are doing.
I get asked repeatedly, why am I still involved with 9/11 this many years after? That's all in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my answer to him is, 9/11 wasn't a historical event. 9/11 was a turning point. It has not gone away. You can see all around you things that are justified based on 9/11. The entire war on terror, all these little wars, or little
Department for Homeland Security,
people are there.
Me getting felt up at the airport.
Huh?
Me getting felt up at the airport. I mean, all kinds of stuff has happened because of this.
I didn't hear about that.
Every time you go to the airport, I'm always the one person who gets a physical search, because I can't go through the whatever the machine is. And I'm like, what do you think? I've seen them do this to little kids, like 5-year-olds. I'm like, what do you think that take away your 2-ounce bottle of shampoo? This all in the name of 9/11 and safety.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it hasn't gone away.
No.
Yes, I'm going to continue talking about 9/11. Hence, I named my website, just for reminders, people, 9/11speakout.org. And speaking out, I want to tell another story. I lived in Central California. Okay, I'm speaking from a progressive perspective on politics here, right? but I was living in Central California. It's like a red state within a blue state.
Yes.
And, you know, and it was like Cesar Chavez was a dirty word in these neighborhoods and stuff, you know, he was a communist or whatever. Okay. And there was signs on the highway that said US out of the UN. There was, you know, still, I mean, anyway, all this kind of, so it was a very, very hardcore right-wing political environment, and nobody dared speak out. Okay.
Right.
So I was there for a few years teaching at Porterville College. And anyway, I had some conversations with assistant president or vice president or whatever that was, you know, I was having some conversations, and she said, don't ever use that name around here, talking about Cesar Chavez, you know, be careful about using that name around here. Okay, so that's the environment. Then there was an election. And of course, the Republicans won. But it was something like 60-40.
Mm-hmm.
And 60-40, whoa, 40% of the population voted Democratic. Whoa, that's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and every one of those people thinks they're the only one. Because nobody was speaking out.
Right, right.
So I recognized how important it is. If nobody speaks out, nobody else knows that they are not alone.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson always puts that as, you know, the second person to get up and dance is the impetus for everybody else getting up to dance. If the first person just stood there and nobody else got up, they would just look at that guy like he was crazy. But once the second person goes up there, everybody's like, okay, it's okay to dance. And I think that's where you and I really line up. You know,
except I don't dance, but whatever.
Well, but
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Where when this whole COVID thing started for me, and when the whole 9/11 thing started for you, it was very unpopular to say. I mean, I did Q&As for healthcare groups on Facebook because I got sick March 12th of 2020. Is that right? Yeah. March 12th of 2020, right before the lockdowns. I was one of the first people here to get sick. And there almost nobody had seen it yet. And I thought, I'm a nurse with critical care experience who's had 18 episodes of respiratory failure. There's probably nobody better to talk about this. Mm-hmm. Because if I'm going to go into respiratory failure, I'm going to know it. And so I got on and started talking about it. And it was funny because I got asked to a healthcare group to talk to them about, you know, what I was experiencing and my thoughts on. I was doing all my own assessments and emailing those into the doctor. And so I was tracking how my health was just crapping out. And the cardinal sin I committed in this healthcare group was I talked about how the hydroxychloroquine was helping so much.
Yeah.
And they immediately shut me down and they were attacking me. You know, one lady was like, well, I think if I were as sick as you, I'd be resting and not on Facebook, you know, gallivanting around. And what was funny was I went to her Facebook page, and her profile pic is a picture of a nurse standing at the nurse's station, like exhausted, you know, charting, and Jesus standing behind her with his hand on her shoulder. And I just typed back to her. I'm like, I like your profile pic. You know, it was the best shut up I could give her. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I am on oxygen. I am very sick. I am taking time out to talk to your group to help you for when you start seeing these people. And all you can do is throw stones. And it was just anything, you know, they did. What was so bad was you could not read an article. And I find this true anytime these sort of truths start coming out. They take something very disdainful to many people. So they took President Trump's name, and you could not read the word hydroxychloroquine without reading President Trump's name next to it. And that was intentional. And so you see it with anti-vax, you know, if they're doing this to RFK Jr., you know, he's an anti-vaxxer. Oh my gosh, he's a, you know, it's the equivalent of throwing racist at a person. And, you know, if you're a 9/11 person, well, you're just a science denier. You're a truth denier. You're a conspiracy theorist. Right. Right. Rather than
you are familiar that the term conspiracy theorist was basically propagated by the CIA
Yes.
There's documentary evidence of this.
To shut people up that we're telling the
about
truth.
the Warren Commission report.
Right.
There is a tool. There's a tool on Google, and it's Ngram or something like that. You can look it up. It's it does a word frequency search.
Okay.
Over all, Google has digitized zillions of books, right?
Yeah.
And so it takes all of these books over time, and so if you bring up the Ngram thing on the Google website, and you put in the word conspiracy theorist, you'll see basically no use of the term until around 1967 or something like that. And then starts coming up, and it's been going up ever since. But so that was because conspiracy, in other words, was the Kennedy assassination a lone gunman or a conspiracy of people, So that was the issue that the term applied to. It doesn't even apply to 9/11 because the official story is a conspiracy. So it's just a nonsensical term. No, really. I mean,
that's
a bunch of 19 hijackers, that's a conspiracy.
That is an absolute conspiracy. You're right.
So it doesn't make any literal sense. It's simply a smear word.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just like racist
and it was consciously introduced into the vocabulary. It's been given this connotation. So it's a shorthand way of saying, don't listen to this person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe you ought to listen to the person.
Well, and here's the thing.
You can evaluate it and you can discard it if there's good reason to discard it, but you might learn something,
It's like the whole thing with Rogan is trying to get Peter Hotez to debate
RFK.
Thank you, RFK Jr. Yeah, trying to get him to debate him. And I read RFK Jr.'s book, and let me tell you, if you haven't read The Real Anthony Fauci, you can't put it down. It's incredible. And it was so funny because I was going to just pull nuggets out and share it on my...
up. I mean, it's a big book.
It is, but I'm total geek, so I read every study that came out. If studies came out in other languages, I put them into a translation app and read those. I mean, if it's readable, I'm reading it.
Yeah.
But what was funny about RFK is that book was so, I would try to pull something out and I noticed I was just highlighting whole pages, and I'm like, this is crazy. They just have to read the book. I can't single out things here. It's all, there's so much weight.
Very,
to it.
Very dense.
Yeah. It is very dense and it's very well cited.
But I mean, it's easy. It's not that hard to read. It's just that you run from one impactful piece of information to another.
It is the meatiest bit of reading I've done in a while, as far as really bringing it together and explaining things. And what's interesting is Hotez is being a big weenie and he won't debate, and they've raised all this money for this debate, and now the media has come to his defense and they're like, well, of course you're not going to debate these anti-vax science deniers, and no one would expect you to. In fact, it would be beneath you to do such a thing. And I'm like, hold the phone. If this is just an idiot, if RFK Jr. is just a conspiracy theorist, idiot, anti-vaxxer science denier, Hotez ought to be able to wipe the floor with them. This ought to be over real quick. Just get him in there, slaughter him with your words and your data. And there you go. You get all that money to your favorite charity, and the world's better off for it. And we've now heard the whole debate, and we'll obviously take Peter Hotez's side on it because he's obviously going to wipe the floor with RFK Jr. So why does he not obviously do it? And it's because it's all BS. Because people you would debate me if I said, I don't believe the things you're saying, I want to debate you. That's not how acceleration works, or this would take 2 minutes. You'd be like, everybody at the end would be like, wow, Penny really picked the fight with the wrong person right there.
I sort of know what acceleration is.
Right. I could totally mess it up. And it would be like if you wanted to tell me that the hydroxychloroquine trials were fairly and well constructed, and I would wipe the floor with you. I'm like, I've read these things back and forth, so I don't understand how anybody understands this justification for him not doing it.
No, it's just.
But people buy it. They're like, oh well, that he's an anti-vaxxer.
Well, you
don't give them the time of day.
You don't know that people buy it. All you get is
that's true.
It's basically they're spray painting this over the media.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
like
they
you
say
don't,
people, everybody
they
believes
just, it's
them.
bluster. It's just bluster. And you look at the polls on how RFK is doing, and maybe it's not that they're buying it. So I don't buy the idea that everybody accepts the official story except
Yeah,
these few people over
that's a
here.
good point.
I think there's a lot of people who are in varying degrees of awakening slowly from their slumber. Maybe one of the things I'm seeing is, like earlier I said something about how all these 9/11 people are buying into COVID vaccine skepticism. It's working the other way. So there's a lot of people who are introduced to this whole COVID thing, like you. It's feeding back
questioning
into
the other
JFK
stuff.
and the RFK assassinations and the 9/11 issue. There's some back feeding going on there too.
Well, and here's the thing. If your government really cared about you and really wanted you to trust them, they'd stop lying to you. Because the problem is that every time they pull some crap like this, they lose the faith of the people. So for me, this public health crisis they've created is very dangerous, because something could come along and we could develop a safe vaccine for it, and it could be very needed, and it could be life-saving. Good luck getting anybody to take it after what they've done.
I want to change the subject a second.
Do it.
Okay. I first became aware of you, as you're aware, from the NDE stuff, right? I've been watching all kinds. When I met Fran, she introduced me to this. She's friends with one of the co-founders of IANS. And so I basically, by getting together with Fran, I've stepped into this whole world of consciousness about NDEs, all right? And you're very prominent among them, and you have a very well-articulated account and so forth. But one of the things that's a commonality among so many, practically all of the NDE experiencers, is they are not afraid of death.
Yes.
They're not afraid to die. And it's just, you say, are you afraid to die? No. I mean, it's not even, you have to think about it, because you have an insight into the nature of who we are, to where death is no longer, that big thing. And the thing that I'm not sure who was saying, once you're not afraid of death, you're not afraid of anything.
That's exactly right.
So it gives you, maybe not everybody, but it gives you the potential to live fearlessly. And I attribute that. I mean, when I saw you first talking out about the whole COVID thing, I saw you were being interviewed by somebody in Arizona at the
the Arizona News. I can't think of her name.
I saw that little series and I thought, whoa. I mean, that's why I was that's what led to this. Is that I was aware of your NDE story. Then I saw that you were very outspokenly active on the COVID thing. And it was like, that's where I went with it. I just said, she has become fearless. That's my sense of you, is you're a fearless person. And that's what motivated me to say, I wonder if she's encountered 9/11. That's when I'm going to say the story. So I emailed you or something. I think I put something in one of the comments or whatever.
Okay, wait, go back. So wait. I was doing Uncover DC, and I was talking about my near-death experience to Tracy, and you saw me there, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know where I saw you in something. Yeah, it's probably that.
Because that's when you contacted me.
Okay, so I contacted you and asked you if you'd considered the 9/11 issue and stuff. And I think probably at the same time, I probably attached some video or something like that. Is that what happened?
Yeah, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I know this guy.
Well, no. Let me tell the story.
Yeah, go ahead.
I sent you this video, and then, and so you wrote back and said, okay, I'll watch your video.
Yep.
I got another email, and just looking at the email, I got another email 3 minutes later. Said, I already know you. I saw this video a year ago or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And it's like, so that was what had turned you around on 9/11. So I feel honored to have introduced synchronicity.
You to that. Yes. It was so funny because I watched that video and I'm like, holy cow, this is, and what was even funnier about it is you're the only 9/11 guy I've watched.
Really?
Yeah, I found one of your videos, and then I just looked for you, and I'm like, wow, this guy seems very practical and is very practical about the way he's going about this. And man, I can relate to that. That makes sense to me.
Okay, I want to say something. The whole 9/11, if you go on the internet and look up the 9/11 truth movement stuff, you'll get fed a ton of crap.
Oh, sure.
It is full of totally ludicrous, speculative.
There were no
crap.
Airplanes. Yeah, the whole
no
thing.
planes, nukes at the World Trade Center,
Yes.
laser beams from space.
Laser beams. Yeah, I saw that one.
I would include like no plane at the Pentagon. That's not true either. But I mean, there's all of these things that are mythology within the 9/11 truth movement. And what happened was the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth formed a sort of a scientific, basically established sort of limits and tried to keep focus on a scientific analysis of the building collapses. And therefore, the analysis at the World Trade Center that was guided by them has a whole lot of really good material. And a lot of this other stuff is baloney. So,
speculation, yeah.
So if you go to my website, I have links to all kinds of stuff that's good resource. If you just go to the internet in general, you have to wade through a bunch of stuff to find what is the reliable material. So, hey, there's people out there that hate me in the 9/11 truth movement because I'm constantly trying to bring the focus to the fact that there is a solid core that's defensible. It's based on reality. It's not speculation. It's so forth. And then there's all this other stuff.
Yeah,
that is just a headache. I spent a lot of time sort of fighting off this other kind of contingent.
I had one person on YouTube become incensed and was like, I have to unsubscribe to your channel because you're giving voice to this. And a couple of the people in YouTube were upset. And I'm like, don't be upset. Okay. It's hard for some people to dislodge a firmly held belief. And it can be upsetting.
Fran just walked in with a note. Okay.
Hi, Fran.
Oh, she's just walked back out. Okay. Well, she probably was hearing.
She's watching though.
Okay. She says on chat there, I mean, I'm not looking at chat here. Just on chat, there are folks saying no plane at the Pentagon. Okay. And it's a Cite My Pentagon tab. Go to 911speakout.org. And up to the top, there's a menu. And are you going there now?
I'm typing it in for my folks so they can, so if anybody came late, they can get the link.
Can you show the page?
Let me see. I have to set up go ahead and talk and I'll set up a slide for it.
There's a menu at the top and one of them is the Pentagon tab, right? If you want to know what I believe is the solid information we have about the Pentagon and also some analysis. To be boy, you disappeared. Or I'll sit back and wait for something to happen here. Am I still on this program? Okay. Was I on? Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Setting up a new slide.
Okay.
So I'm going to share the screen here in a second.
Okay.
Hold on. Don't get it yet. Okay. Now this should pop up. Hopefully we'll have sound.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, as long as you can hear me. Are you trying to show the website?
Yeah, it should come up. I've got it on my screen. There's like 12, 15 seconds of lag.
Piece of software for you, right?
It is. Yeah, I tried to do a screen share last week and it did not go well.
Well, it's not important really, but I
don't know why it's not.
Let's put it this way. One of the things that happened in the movement is architects and engineers, because there was so much of this turmoil about the Pentagon, and because they decided, hey, we are architects, we are structural engineers and things like that. Our expertise is on building structures and all that.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to focus only on the World Trade Center. And they just left everything else and focused on the World Trade Center. The result was they came out with very, very solid research on the World Trade Center. But a side effect is they left the other topics, what happened in Pennsylvania, what happened in the Pentagon. They left that open, and it never got the same quality of scientific leadership to really, in a disciplined way, go through and study what really happened.
So is there an effort to do that now, to go back?
Yes. I mean, it's not a general. I and Wayne Costi are two that, and then various others. There's a group among the scientists for 9/11 Truths, another group. There's several of us from that. We did a conference recently here in Denver on the Pentagon evidence, for instance. So yes, there is an effort to come to some scientific conclusions about that. On that tab, it shows some of my particular research demonstrating that, yes, there was a plane that hit the Pentagon. And, some people say, oh, you're just pushing the official story. No, I'm not. I'm trying to keep the powder clean, if you know what I mean.
Well, I think a lot of the questions,
I guess, trying to keep the powder dry. If you basically contaminate all this good research with a bunch of crap, it's going to discredit all of your work. And, the press is going to focus on the bad stuff.
Yes,
and
always.
Ignore all the good stuff.
And amplify it, for sure.
So I'm just saying, there is good research about the Pentagon. And if you look at that Pentagon tab, I think you'll get a feel for what I feel is the solid research there.
I'll definitely look at that because, I've seen a lot of different videos on the Pentagon, and, there's the whole, where's the debris field? Where's the rest of the plane? One was the hole so small?
No, hey, I'm going to stop right there.
Yeah,
the
so help us with that.
Early on, one of the very first things published that introduced this 9/11 Truth Movement was this book by a guy in France. I never quite get his name right, but just say, all right. He focused on this 16-foot hole.
Yeah.
You can't put a 757 through that 16-foot hole, right?
Right.
All right. That picture was taken on the day of 9/11 by this photographer. And there's another picture, I think it was 2 frames later on his roll of film, that show about 100 feet of opening on the ground floor. That 16-foot hole is on the 2nd floor. You see all this fire hose spray obscuring everything underneath it. So it looks like this is a little hole that the plane went through.
Interesting.
No, that is just sort of like a side effect of what was really going on at the ground level.
So that would be above the impact.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
So the fuselage overlapped into the 2nd floor and probably knocked out some of that stuff. But there is basically 100 feet of basically open wall on the ground floor, and beyond the opening there is clear sign of further impact damage from the outside. So this is not stuff going on as explosions on the inside. This is stuff on the outside hitting the surface of the Pentagon, namely the outer extended parts of the wings, and it was coming at an angle. So the right wing created all this. There's this row of damage that goes for about 30 feet or so.
Sure.
So that was the outer part of the wing. On the left side, it was coming in at an angle, and there's a bowed column. So here's column 9, AA is called. And here the column was stripped and bowed inward, but it was not broken. So
That's
clearly
helpful.
It was hit from the outside to bow it,
right,
and to strip it. But apparently that's where that outer part of the wing had to pivot around it to get in. And there's other side. There was a lot of discussion of that on that site. All right. And then anyway, you can completely explain the damage with a 757. By the way, there's two scars just before it enters the Pentagon. The right wing, the right engine takes a chunk out of a generator trailer. It's like a semi trailer, all right?
Okay.
With a big heavy generator in it. And the whole left-hand end of that trailer has this big scar where it was hit by the right engine. And over on the left side, there's a scar, there's a notch, an oval notch taken out of a concrete retaining wall. Guess what? The spacing between those two scars matches the spacing of the engines in the 757.
That's very helpful information.
Okay, now you go back prior to all of this, when it was crossing the highway. The right wingtip took out a rung on one of these poles. You know, there's a camera on the highway.
Yeah.
And it's all these little rungs going up. One of those rungs is missing and there's a scar. How do you get a scar without breaking that pole? The tip of the wing had to slide by there, knock off the rung, and produce the scar. So we know where the right wingtip was.
Okay.
The left wingtip knocked over the second light pole that was knocked over. It was not broken. It was bent and knocked over.
Right. Yeah, I actually saw that.
To bend it and not break it, it was hit by the left wingtip. Guess what? You have a position for the right wingtip and the left wingtip, and it's 124 feet, which matches the wingspan of a 757.
See, that's the kind of information we need.
So those are way back here, and the generator trailer and the other scar are way up here. And so here's two sets that match the dimensions of the plane. And then you take the flight data recorder data. It was recovered from within the building, which some people just say, oh, that was all faked. Well, that's a pretty big a priori assumption. If you take the data that's in that flight data recorder, it gives the direction of motion of the plane very precisely. And if you use that direction of motion from this set of scars to this set of scars, it lines up perfectly so that the plane flying along that path would create both sets of scars.
That's
which
cool.
Which tells you that the data on the flight data recorder is trustworthy, which means it was the whole flight was the recording in the entire flight is likely trustworthy. And that data takes you all the way back to Dulles Airport.
It's kind of like you talking about the one fella that took all of the different cell phone images and was able to, plot those out in the angle that they were taken at. And each successive one proves the one before.
That he does the same kind of stuff I do, except he does it better.
That just, those are really good. Huh? That's really good information for us. So somebody asked me, why was there no debris field in Pennsylvania? I've seen that over and over.
Let's not go to Pennsylvania. No, there was debris in Pennsylvania. It was in the hole. It was in the area surrounding. Those are misstatements. There's a lot of evidence of that. I don't want to go into that. Come back to the Pentagon a minute. People say there's no debris on the lawn. Okay. No, you can see it. It is there. It's small stuff on the lawn, but it didn't hit the lawn. It hit the wall. And the vast majority of the plane went straight into the building. And there's there's many tons of debris inside, including engines, wheels, wheel struts. I mean, all those heavy things you'd expect to find, they're there.
Now, I know you're not into the speculation end of it. You're very much the science guy, and I appreciate that. My question is, when you've got the towers down, you've got building 7 down, why the other 2 planes? Why is that even needed? Like, why Pennsylvania? Why the Pentagon? Start there. I mean, why?
So it's redundancy. I don't know. They were trying to do several things. Some people were saying, oh, the Pentagon was specifically needed to make sure it's an act of war because they're attacking a military facility. I don't know. I don't think that's a particularly persuasive argument, but whatever. I'll say it was. So there you go. Put a plane into the Pentagon.
The one that I've heard that I think is more compelling is the missing money from the Pentagon. But the thing is every year
there's an endless chain of things like that. And yes, those are also very significant chunks of evidence. I
But
just
since
don't
when
go
has
there.
the Pentagon ever worried about accounting for their money? I mean,
Yeah.
they've never been able to account for their money. Every year there's billions that the Pentagon can't account for. I just assume it's in some black slush fund somewhere, sponsoring a coup somewhere that we shouldn't be
Yeah.
involved in. So yeah, that one's because I was like, okay, I could see, there's all different kinds of speculation as to what was going on with like there's Golden Building something. I can't remember one of the buildings in New York, and I don't know if there was gold in there or not, but
I think there is. One of my colleagues, I guess you'd say, was working way below his qualifications, but he was out of work and he went to work for one of these companies that he was a courier. Okay. But some of the people in his company drove these like Brinks-like trucks, the armed guards in a truck type of thing.
Yeah.
And he said
Armored
on the
cars.
morning of 9/11, there was a bunch of those things lined up at the World Trade Center.
Okay, so I've heard that then from several people that would know.
So he knows that from his experience working in that company. So I'm just saying, I'm hearing it from him, but I believe him. And so there was something going on. I haven't followed that and made a study of it and all that kind of thing. My talents are to look at the physics. And I just think it's important to just come back and recognize that from very nitty-gritty statements about the physics, namely, there are political ramifications from it. Like I took you on that chain of logic from assuming that there was a demolition, to look at the timing, to look at who controlled it. How was NIST induced to create such a crazy report?
Do you think it'll ever come? Like, I always wonder, will we ever get all of the I don't know why we can't have all the truth on Kennedy yet. There's got to be somebody alive still affected.
Okay, that's one of the things. It's not that will we ever know the truth. The truth has been largely uncovered and exposed and ignored. And on the Kennedy thing, read the book by Douglas. I forget his first name. Do you know the name? Anyway, RFK Jr.
Somebody will pop it up. Somebody will pop it up in the chat, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's the JFK and the Unthinkable, something like that. Okay, that might be the title.
We'll find.
But incredible book. I read that one back a few years ago, and I know people who know the author and just say he's an incredible guy. But as a researcher, okay, but he has pulled together not only what happened, but the political context around Kennedy, explaining how the whole thing came down, showing here we go. Say hi, Fran.
She's a great
It's called
assistant.
The Unspeakable. JFK and the Unspeakable. That's
JFK. I'm going to put that in the chat for my folks here.
Okay.
JFK.
So that's a great one. So you can become informed about the JFK assassination. I became aware of the RFK assassination in Los Angeles, and RFK Jr. talks about it as well. But the guy who was Lawrence Teeter, I think was his name. He was an attorney for Sirhan as an appeals attorney. All right. And he gave some talks that I had some recordings of that just completely showed all of this evidence, more holes in the wall than there were bullets.
Well, he says Sirhan was behind him.
No, Sirhan was in front of him. The bullet that killed Kennedy was behind him. And so much more. And one of the things that he points out was you would expect that there were several people wounded by bullets that day, and they took all these casualties. You would think the first stop would be the emergency room. No, they took them and x-rayed them. They wanted to account for all the bullets before they even had these people
before they got medical care.
Room. Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, that makes perfect sense.
They were more concerned to get there, to make sure that their story was going to be plausible.
I believe this because I've worked gunshot wounds before in the ER, and it is not at all uncommon to have a person delay coming to the ER in order for everybody to get their story straight. Even when the person's in really bad shape, they'll be out in the parking lot for a while, and somebody will come in and say, hey, there's some people out in the parking lot acting really weird. And here they come in with somebody with a gunshot wound, but they've been out there for 15 minutes. And I'm like, oh, they're getting their story straight. So that makes perfect sense to me.
Well, this is the police getting their story straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, whoever.
I'm not saying. So there was a lot about the Sirhan thing. So yes, Sirhan was there. Yes, he had a gun. Yes, he fired it somewhere or other. And RFK Jr. talks about that. And so, but then there's a lot of evidence that he was hypnotized, that he was, he was being manipulated.
Yeah.
And the real perpetrator was probably one of the security guards or something like that, standing behind Kennedy.
Well, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about how when the government does it, it's so dang sloppy, you can't help but see all the inconsistencies. When things happen in the natural course,
they don't even have to get their story straight.
No,
all they have to do is power and bluster.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not.
No.
They just are able to force it on through.
That's
exactly. I say so, and that's the end
shut up, anti-vaxxer.
That's the idea.
That's it. Just
anyway,
let me see if we've got any more questions here.
Are we going overtime yet?
Yeah.
I don't care, but we can keep going if you want.
I was like, I'm going to go over, but we're leaving for camping Sunday, and I've got a blue million things to do tomorrow. Holden says, I fear for Trump's life. I feel for I fear for his life. I fear for RFK's life.
Yes.
That
interestingly, RFK talks about not being afraid of facing possible assassination the way an NDE person says bring it on. He's kind of so I wonder what kind of spiritual experiences he's had that can get him into this. I mean, he is in a really powerful place of fearlessness, and
the interesting
I'm very impressed, but I associate that with what I've seen in NDE experiencers.
I was talking to Tracy about this, and I said, here's the thing, not to get into politics, but let's get into politics for a second. I just don't see them. I see them doing to him what they did to Bernie if they even let him get that far. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're going to let him win the primary.
Except for the fact that I don't know.
I mean, Bernie won that primary.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he would have.
And they somehow talked him into not pushing it. And I don't think RFK is that man. I think he is so principled he'd blow the whistle on it. So how are they going to stop this guy?
I told you at the beginning, I'm left of Bernie. My politics.
Yeah.
But politics is so screwed up these days that I can't tell left from right. It's so many difficult. Hey, I'm talking with you, and I know that you're more on the right, and I talk with other people who I know are more on the right, that I identify with more closely than I do with. There's so much totalitarian tendencies and all this, censorship and all that kind of thing coming out of the supposedly left. It's not left. It's just
I don't know what that
institutional Democrat stuff.
Yeah.
No, it's very, very discouraging. It's disorienting, and who knows?
It's meant to be that way. That's the whole.
I'm just saying, I can't let political labels be my guide, especially right now.
Well, and I think at this point, it's more about just exhausting people with the process so that they just don't even show up. They're like, I just can't take it anymore. Yeah. And my concern is, no matter who gets in, if it's not who the machine wants to get in, are they going to be able to get anything done anyway?
Well,
the obstruction is just
absolutely
crazy.
But something, people have power ultimately, and things do change. Revolutions have happened.
Yeah, if you can win the people, if you can win the hearts of the people,
if you can basically literally get the population on your side. Look at FDR, his kind of reach as far as mobilizing the people, for good and bad. I mean, he took us into World War II.
Yeah.
And so so there's one of the prototypical.
But it
false
still proves
flags,
our point that if you can compel the people, you can push a lot of things through because we can make it so uncomfortable. I mean, we do it all the time. We see something, the whole Bud Light thing, people are like, okay, that's
I missed
enough.
that. I have no idea what that issue is about.
I
And
won't pollute your brain
tell
with
me.
it.
I don't want to know. It's too stupid to even think
But
about.
but the important part of it is I think that as a society, we have felt so powerless for a while now. And
Mhm.
and things like that show us that with concerted effort, we can move the needle. We have to
Mhm.
get active. We have to speak up. And that's the bigger point of that. It's not about the beer, the trans thing, or whatever. It's about people saying, enough, enough. We are going to take the power that we do have. We don't have a lot, but we're going to take the power that we do have, and we're going to use it, and we're going to have sway at the end of it.
Yeah.
And so I think, it comes in weird pack. God sends encouragement or allows encouragement to come in very strange ways sometimes, like I die, and it's my death.
Shall I mourn if you die?
No, my death and my return has been such an inspiration to so many people who are struggling,
Yeah.
which has
Hey, you're an amazing person. And what you and others like you who have been exposed to this larger experience of who we are, it's just sort of what it is. It is, I mean, I haven't, well, I'll take it back. I've had limited modified things that are NDE like.
Yeah, like spiritually transformative events.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those. Anyway, we can talk about that if you want sometime. But I mean, the thing is, I am absolutely convinced of the authenticity of these kinds of reports because of, I just think I am very impressed with the significance of these things for illuminating our existence. It really is a game changer for knowing who we are. So,
and as an experiential group, we get a lot of the same stuff that you get. We get a lot of blowback that this is just brain chemistry, this is just lack of oxygen, and I do what you do.
Are most of your listeners tuning in because of the NDE side of things, or because of the other issues that you deal with?
I used to keep them totally separate, and it was making me crazy. And I told my husband, I can't be a split person. This is making me nuts. And so I did an interview with a guy, it's on my Rumble channel here, named Noel Wu, who used to work with Donna Karan, the designer. And it just happened. I was going on about COVID, and it just happened to come up about my near-death experience. And I talked about how, having had respiratory failure and crossed over the whole thing, and then having COVID, it really pointed me back in the right direction, because I had kind of gotten off the topic, off talking about the near death. You can only tell the story so many times. And I was more thinking, how am I moving this forward? This isn't about this moment that happened in my life.
No,
this is about what I do.
The revelation of who we are.
Yes.
That gave you the glimpse, that gave you that knowledge.
Yes. And so I thought, if I don't reintegrate all of me and start presenting all of me in all of my forums, and people can take it or leave it. If they don't like it, they can go. I get a lot of people who don't care for this sort of conversation. They just want to hear about the near-death experience. That is kind of an escapism. And I always warn people about that. You're looking for escapism. You're overwhelmed by what's going on in this life, loss, or whatever, the frustration of the world. I understand it. And you're just wanting to hear about this other place. I
wouldn't put it so negatively, because what happened, all right, take my
mom. No, I'm talking about the people who get upset and won't watch the channel because I talk about things other than that.
Okay. I want to address what you just now said a minute ago about how, watching lots of NDEs is escapism. My mother, for instance, she was a missionary. She was very, very religiously spiritual and so forth,
Connected.
sort of conventional theology and so forth, but absolute, magnificent example of faith in a more conventionally religious sense. The more secular, so I basically grew through I evolved from that upbringing through a more secular I evolved across the political spectrum, the religious spectrum to the liberal side of the Quakers and so forth like that, which is mostly focused on social action and those kind of things rather than so forth. Anyway, the thing though is when you get into a secular worldview, you lose the consciousness of, you lose the faith that you're going to continue, that you're going home to
there's
your
something
true
beyond
home
this.
after you die. And there's something about, having that certainty that you are in good hands with God, right?
Yes.
Versus you're going to turn to dust, There's something pretty demeaning about that view of life. And so then the NDEs bring an evidentiary base to that spiritual perception. Whereas instead of faith based on the Bible or something, here is people who have, testimonial evidence of people who have something valid to say about this condition.
Yes.
It's not just their experience, but their experience is like one little window, and everyone has their own little window on this condition that we are in. And it really can one of those researchers has said, just people reading NDE experiences gives them some of the same benefits as these people who have experienced it. And I agree with that.
I can, it's just, to me, it's kind of like you said earlier, where it makes perfect. You're like, when I heard you talking about COVID, and then I knew you'd had an NDE, you're like, oh, this makes perfect sense because she has no fear of death. And for me, yes, I have no fear of death, none. I'm looking forward to it. It was incredible. But for me, what it's done is it's refocused my attention here, and pushed me
you
into
can live
activism.
fearlessly here without all of this anxiety of, am I going to endanger myself?
I don't care who slanders me. I don't care who gets pissed off and leaves the channel because we're talking about 9/11 because they're here for the NDE. My life is bigger than that one event. And I'm like, the whole point of the NDE goes beyond the experience itself. It goes on to the importance of our being here, and that each of us is supposed to be doing something. And we talk about this all the time. I'll say, look, everybody thinks they don't know what their purpose is, or they're missing their purpose, or how do you figure out what your purpose is? I'm like, your purpose is what's in front of you every day. It's not some big mystery. I'm like, if you don't know where you can do some good, go take the lady the lady that lives down the street that's 90 years old, go drag her trash cans back up for her. Yeah. Do it every week, take her. That's it. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And if everybody's doing that, it makes a big difference. And it doesn't make a big difference if just I do it. But look, you are looking for truth. I'm looking for truth. We're sharing truth, and it makes a huge difference in how you live. Because I don't care. I really don't care if somebody calls me a kook or
the truth movement.
movement.
A truth is more than one truth movement, but focusing on truth is a big deal.
It all wraps around together for sure, because I can.
And it's not like saying I know the truth and you don't. It's saying you need to speak the truth. If you know it, one of my colleagues just recently says, if you see fraud and don't say fraud, you are a fraud. Okay, I wanted to quote him. There was search for the truth, follow the evidence.
Yes.
And don't let go. Keep going.
Yeah, well, and share what you know, and eventually people kind of come around and fill in the gaps for you. I was talking to this friend of mine, B. Geyer. He was worked at the DOJ as an attorney under Obama, and he's since retired, and he's working in this sort of thing that we're doing, this sort of truth thing now. And he and I had been going back and forth, and he kept saying to me, I understand everything that's gone on, but I can't understand why doctors and nurses would go along with this. Why would they give remdesivir? Why would they give the shots? And
that side. Why would they go along with that?
right. And people, that was the leap that people couldn't make. And we couldn't put it together. And I kept thinking, that's true. Because when I was still in clinical practice, doctors would sometimes ask me to do things that I knew were not in the best interest of the patient. And I would fight you. I'm like, no, I am first and foremost an advocate for that patient. I don't work for you. I work for the patient, and I will not do this thing. And it got me in trouble a few times, but I will not do this thing, because a doctor will throw you under the bus. Mm-hmm. If you do something that is against and it comes back on him, he's throwing you under the bus. And it's happened over and over again. They teach us this in nursing school. And so I forgot where I was going with that.
Okay.
What were we talking? Go back.
Join the club.
Oh my gosh.
Are you losing ideas and
I could blame so many
things like that? Then join the club.
Help me out, chat. Where was I going?
Talking about nurses and so forth doing what's right instead of what the doctor said.
It's gone.
Okay.
Did you see it? It just.
Yeah. It used to be that I'd lose a thought or a word or something like that, and I would just sit and relax for a second, and it would come right back.
My mom has this theory.
It doesn't happen.
Mom keeps going into the kitchen. She'll go into the kitchen, and she's like, "Dang it, what did I come in here for?" Yeah, and then I noticed she would say something quietly, and so one day I asked her, I'm like, "What did you say?" She said, "About what?" And I said, "You went in there and you said, 'What did I come in here for?' And then you said something quiet." And she said, "Oh, I said, 'Touch my butt.'" I'm like, what? She said, "Well, I was sitting when I thought of the thing." So I figure now that I'm in here and I can't think of it, if I touch my butt, I'll remember, because I was sitting when I said, "Does it work?" She's like, "Well, not really."
Truth seeking. It's a subject. Truth seeking. No
fear. Truth
fear.
Seeking was what I was talking about.
That's what you guys. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Fran brought in a note to remind you what you were talking about.
I need a Fran. Can Fran come here?
Fran, come here.
Fran needs to come to Kentucky and be my Fran. Because Don's like only half listening. He's like, I got no idea.
She's a retired psychotherapist.
Oh, wow.
She has great sensitivity to people. So whenever I write something, I probably step all over people's toes and stuff like that. Yeah. And so before I publish it,
Fran
I get
softens
it framed.
Yeah.
So getting it framed is running it past my censor here.
I always tell Don,
this is Fran.
Hi, Fran.
There you are.
Thank you for all of your assistance during the show.
Special person here.
Oh, thank her for all her assistance.
Oh yeah, I have the earplugs here, so she can't hear me. But
you tell her
thanking you and all that.
Yeah. Tell them about my essay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, tell us.
Fran has been very much involved in the 9/11 Truth Movement for a long time. We met through the 9/11 Truth Movement. She's one of the co-founders of Colorado 9/11 Truth. But she has been writing a series from her psychological perspective. She's been writing a series of essays for quite a while now called Why Do Good People
Become Silent?
Why do good people become silent or worse about 9/11? And she's on chapter 20, what?
25.
You finished 25?
I finished 24.
She's finished 24 chapters so far. But it's going to be a book, I'm sure. But right now it's a series of essays. But it's on my website, 911speakout.org. And go to the tab that has researchers there. And she's one of them. And
I'll have to reach out to her. Because my near-death experience book is an essay format.
Okay.
And so I'll have to reach out to Fran and pick her brains on that. It's an interesting way to write a book.
That's our, I'm sure she'll
have all kinds of good stuff to offer.
So.
Let me see if we had any last questions here.
I have a lot of haters, and some of them apparently have showed up on here that.
Oh, have they?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Fran was saying some of the people were.
Well, Bloggerty Schmoo left. She got mad and left, but it's okay. Who? She's Bloggerty Schmoo. It was the person that I kept putting their comments up. She had all kinds of questions.
Okay.
Which is
no, I'm saying that there's a lot of people who are so bought into the early misinformation about the Pentagon and cannot let go. And they are absolutely certain that I'm a agent or something because I contradict their early misconceptions about the Pentagon. There's good, solid research on the Pentagon more recently.
It's really a good lesson in life is to look at those things that you're dug in on.
Yeah.
and decide if you are so dug in on something that you can't hear anything else, and you need to work on that in yourself. I find that I can get really dug in on, because I'm so well read on COVID, I can get really dug in, and sometimes someone's trying to make a point that isn't exactly the point I think they're trying to make, and it adds to it. So I always encourage people, listen, you don't have to agree. You can look at all the data and you can disagree. You don't have to get mad and unsubscribe and leave the channel. I mean, you can, but that's not going to get you very far in life. And sometimes you just listen to people and you think, yeah, that sounds like total BS, and you're no worse for it. But I'm looking.
I want to promote one other website.
Go ahead.
So I've mentioned my website a number of times, 911speakout.org. You got that? Okay.
Yes.
But the organization that we've recently founded, and this has some of the most impressive people in the movement.
Okay.
Are behind this, and it's called International Center for 9/11 Justice.
Oh, that's
and
right.
The website is ic911.org.
That's the one that you're on the board of.
I'm on the board of that. I'm also on the board of Scientists for 9/11 Truth, but the IC911 is new. It's very active right now, and they're doing some good things, and I just hope people will check it out. We're going to have it's already a pretty massive website. So
that's pretty cool that you're in on the ground floor of that, and going to be able to help build that up.
It's sort of a relaunch. I was in on an earlier version of that. It was called International Center for 9/11 Studies, but it was sort of doing not a whole lot. It was just sort of sitting there, and then Ted Walter came along and let's revitalize this. So we basically relaunched it we added more people to the board and got some, like I said, some really good top people on there. And
I love. I remembered it.
You're not my age after all. There we go.
So B reached out to me. The attorney reached out to me, and he said, "I don't understand why doctors and nurses would do this. Why would they go along with it?" And I didn't know the answer to that question, but I ruminated on it, for probably about a year. And I then read an article, and I've shared this with my viewers. I read an article about how venture capital firms have bought up, and companies like BlackRock have bought up entire medical groups. So like Catholic healthcare initiatives or Baptist Health or whatever. Not those two specifically that I know of. I'm just throwing some names out there. But the nursing homes owned by venture capital groups had the highest amount of deaths in them. And so I started thinking about that. And I started looking at what these groups were invested in. So they're heavily invested in pharma. They're heavily invested in these nursing homes, and the care, when you compare these nursing homes with nursing homes that are owned more privately, is substantially worse all the way around, even beyond COVID. But then they're heavily invested in hospitals. Like I said, in the pharmaceuticals. And so I called B and I said, "I think I've got it." And he said, "What?" And I said, "Well, you kept asking me, why would doctors and nurses do this?" Well, when I started nursing, I graduated from nursing school in 2002. And when I went to work, your doctor still admitted you to the hospital. So, you get sick, you go to the doctor. He's like, "David, you've got pneumonia. We're going to go ahead and admit you. I'll be by to see you this evening after office hours." Yeah. Well, they were stopping that. And I remember them coming around. I was here for
hospitalists.
I was here for the change, right? And so they came around and they said, "We're going to a different system called hospitalists and intensivists." And so in my, where I worked, we had the intensivists. And these are doctors that work for the hospital that also have degrees in hospital administration. And this will be so much better than having your own doctor take care of you, because your doctor now won't be burdened with this. They'll get a report, and this doctor will coordinate all your care. So you've got like 4 specialists coming to see you, and this doctor will coordinate. And I'm thinking, okay, I guess that maybe makes sense. And so in practice, I'm watching it, and it's just another hand in there that's messing things up. It just is complicating things further. This person doesn't know your history, doesn't care about you. And their primary goal is getting the highest reimbursement and flipping those beds, getting the patients out. And I said, so I was telling my friend this, I said, then came standing orders. We didn't have standing orders before. Now we have these things called standing orders. So if you have and it's Medicare pushed. So if you have congestive heart failure, say, we have standing orders for that. And so you'll come in, you'll get a chest x-ray. We're going to draw a BNP on you, CBC, all these different things, right? Basic standard of care. And it's all printed up. And when you get admitted, the doctor comes up to the floor because the emergency room doctor admits you. Then the doctor comes up to the floor of the unit. He signs on the tech flags it for him. He signs it. If there's something he doesn't want, he one lines it and initials it. If he wants something additional, he writes that down, right? And so now we are treating every single person as though they are exactly the same person with these standing orders. And this is really going to improve our standard of care, which it did not do. Then you've got the hospitalists trying to roll people out of there as quick as they can. It got so bad that Medicare had to come back and say, we will give you this much money for a patient who's got congestive heart failure. If they come back, if you send them home and they come back within 30 days, you're not getting any more money for that. So then what happens is the ER realizes that they've been discharged within the last 30 days. So they'll keep them overnight and overnight and overnight in the ER, not actually admit them because they will pay for that. Or they'll send you home and you'll just keep coming back until you finally hit that 30-day mark and they'll readmit you because then they can get paid again.
So it's all money.
Right. So then during COVID, they were flipping regular hospital rooms to hospice rooms. And so they would you'd get in, you'd get your COVID test, you'd get your diagnosis, you'd get your admission, you'd get on the ventilator, you'd get your remdesivir. Then they would flip you to hospice, take you off the ventilator, let you die, and then they don't have to count that death in their death numbers, which affects their Medicare standing. Well, then I found out venture capital firms are invested in all this stuff with Medicare, all these ancillary things. And so I called B and I said, it makes perfect sense. The people who own these big hospital systems they're owned by venture capital. Venture capital cannot actually oversee them. So they hire a doctor basically in name only who's overseeing all this, basically doing what venture capital says. Venture capital says you're going to give these tests because they're invested in the tests. Venture capital says you're going to give this drug because they're invested in the drug. And so they own the patient all the way around. They own the hospital. They push the treatments that they're invested in. And I'm like, now does it make sense?
No.
And he said, it's the same evil companies that are responsible for all the crap. And I'm like, I know, isn't that disgusting? I thought medical was exempt from that. And it was the most disheartening truth I ever learned.
You would hope.
Yeah, well, it's not. And, now we've got B's representing a lot of these. He has a remdesivir support group. And he's representing these families who had said, we don't want remdesivir. And then the hospital would wait till they fell asleep and give it to them. I had that happen to one of our folks. And I was just like, wait, what? One of our folks had put a sign above her bed written in marker that she did not want remdesivir. And they waited for her to fall asleep, gave it to her. And when she woke up, the only reason she knew was because the bag was hanging there and she called me. And I said, didn't you put the sign up? And she said, yes. And they gave it to her anyway against her consent.
Yeah. We had a friend who was in the hospital up here in Boulder and they were, with COVID, and
Yes.
they were going to force remdesivir on him. And he said, no way. And eventually he had to they had him walk out of the hospital. I thought they would use a wheelchair because avoid liability.
Right.
So he literally had to walk out against medical advice.
Yeah.
Which
They're
means
punishing
apparently it loses his insurance or whatever.
That's not true, actually. I always tell people, they tell you that so you won't leave, but it's actually not true.
Okay.
Insurance is paid based on services rendered, not on attitude or.
Oh, okay. But anyway, so
but they
he
tell you that to
basically
keep you from going.
he was barely out there. He literally left because he did not want to be treated unless he consented, and he didn't consent.
Yeah, and he's smart because it doesn't matter apparently whether you consented or not. And so, so being part of this whole truth thing, when I started, I got a lot of what you get, just total haters and, people calling me racist. I'm like, wait, how am I now racist? And I even talked about the disparity in treatment among the races. I'm like, if you are a poor person or a person of color that lives in a poor area and you go to a hospital, your care is going to be worse than, Barack Obama's care.
Yeah.
Just financial standing alone is huge. But yes, race plays a role in it. But it's just been interesting to have all of that, and I'm sure you can relate, have all of that thrown at you by people who are doing nothing. That's usually what gets me, is all the people screaming and crying and calling names aren't doing anything to be helpful. They're just screaming, crying, and being, armchair experts. And I'm like, what do you do? What I'm sorry, what are you doing to move this forward? No,
Okay, you're
I
talking
say
about
this to other people. I'm the people that are complaining and being ugly. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm sorry. What are you doing to be a help in these times? Oh, I see. You just call people names on Twitter. Okay. Well, just so I know what your role is, And like I said, it doesn't bother me. I don't care because I'm not afraid of death. So apparently that's what's powering my don't give a crap. You have no excuse. I don't know what your excuse is. Well, maybe you're not afraid of death either, though.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were still talking
What?
about the.
No,
okay.
no. What
Hypothetical.
powers you to not care, give a crap what people say about you?
Well, okay, I haven't been directly. I mean, people ask, am I afraid of getting assassinated or, losing my job or any of those kind of things? Some of the people I work with have lost their jobs
Sure.
over 9/11. I mentioned Stephen Jones a while back. He lost his job. And Kevin Ryan worked at Underwriters Laboratory. He lost his job. He was a lab director, and he revealed some stuff that UL didn't like, and there you go. So and then there's people that we speculate pretty seriously have been killed. But so there are things like that. There was a whole bunch of people apparently that were killed over the JFK thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my point is, yes, there is some of that, but my sense is the people who are being most directly targeted are the ones that are have direct firsthand testimonial knowledge of exactly what did in fact happen. So they are probably at higher risk.
Yeah,
Hey,
they'd be the
I'm
ones
just a
to
high school
silence.
teacher pointing out Newton's laws, So how can that be threatening,
You can be a little more under the
I don't know,
radar.
but I'm just saying, hey, I just do it. And so I have new gain confidence that life is bigger than what we see here on Earth, not primarily because of personal experiences, although I've had a little touches of those, but that all these encounters that I've seen people like you and a lot of other people testify to. One of the things that makes you guys's testimony so believable to me is, on the one hand, there's a very strong continuity between all these stories.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, every single one is different.
Yes.
They're not cookie cutters. You're not copying each other. Everybody's telling their own story and actually pointing out how they didn't experience what somebody else did.
Yeah.
So it's like everybody is telling the truth from their perspective. And when you look at it as a whole, it paints this very impressive.
It's very cohesive,
picture.
even
Yeah,
despite.
It's a cohesive narrative that comes together like that. So
God's just.
I
cool.
see it as a really major influence. I'm not sure why everybody knows about these things nowadays. It was just a few years ago that I was introduced myself, but it seems like it's out there everywhere now.
It's really gotten popular. I think a lot of what, where all of our stories are different. So every time I do a talk, I don't tell the same story. I could just tell, what happened kind of chronologically. But what I do is I pray for 14 days. So if I agree to do an interview with somebody, I have to schedule it at least that far out. I'm usually booked out longer than that, but at least 14 days, because I pray for that particular audience, for those specific people who are going to be listening.
So what elements of your experience talk to them?
Yes, I'm like, God, show me what to focus on to help these specific people, because telling the same story every time, anybody can go watch that. You don't need to And what's interesting about doing it that way is it opens up parts of the experience that I may have forgotten about. God will redirect me to things, and it helps me see it in a new light and more in a more expansive way, you know, how,
Mm-hmm.
and then I get the feedback. That is the biggest blessing, is so many people do so much good in life, but they never know how it affected anybody. And God has been, you know, who am I that God would use me this way? And who am I that God would say, let me show you some of your ripples? And so
Hey,
I'll have people
I'm a
contact
teacher.
me.
My job
Yes.
is to throw pebbles in the pond.
Yeah.
So I know that there's a ripple effect from what I've done in my life. I don't know where it's all gone, but I know that I've had impacts on lots
But
of
you
people.
probably have this occasional student that'll come back and say, hey, I had you for
Yeah.
whatever. And
yeah, I do.
And I did when I was teaching science, different nursing related science courses. My students were having a really hard time understanding directional terms. And so I gave them I'd gone over it, gave them the test, and almost everybody failed it.
You mean north, south, east, west or something?
No, like physical, when you're describing
okay.
medical things.
All right.
And so I thought, when everybody fails a test, that's the teacher's fault. And so I need to go back and reteach this, right? And plus, all these core courses are, everything else is built on them. So it was really important to me that they really understood the material and could talk about it intelligently, not just could answer, you know, a multiple choice test. Mm-hmm. So I went home and I was so disheartened because I had not taught it well enough that anybody could pass it. And I'm brainstorming, right? So I get a Sharpie and I decide to label my body. So I lift my shirt up just under my bra, you know, and I'm like, medial. So I make a line, you know, right above my belly button, medial. And then I put an arrow going this way, lateral.
Or a bikini to class. Or
lateral. You know, and I'm like, okay, guys, a directional term for the body is dependent on what you're talking about. So if I say, what is medial to the right hip? You know, anything in toward the middle of the body from there. Or if this is the, you know, the proximal part of the arm, and I say, what is distal to the wrist? Like they were using distal in some other strange way.
Would distal be the little finger side?
Yeah, distal would be anything down from the wrist, you know, whereas, you know, or inferior would be anything down from the wrist. Superior would be this way. And so I'm like, I'm just going to label my body. And so I did, and I walked into class and I pulled my shirt up and I'm like, this is medial. This is lateral. This is also lateral, because we're talking about medial. Mm-hmm. And lateral only makes sense if there's medial. And everybody did well on the test. Well, I still run into students out and they say, oh my gosh, I remember you. You were my instructor for physiology or anatomy or whatever. And I learned my directional. You're the one who labeled your body for me. Yeah. But yeah, you get, education is so cool because and nurses are kind of natural teachers. Because you have to teach your patients so many things. And so I can imagine that would be really gratifying to have your whole career, and especially the homeschooling part of it. That's interesting because you've got parents invested in the kids' education in a whole different way.
And kids invested in their own education.
Yes.
That's the positive side.
Okay. Yeah, I think people get this idea that because you're home, because I did some homeschooling with my kids, because they're homeschooling, they're missing out. And I'm like, oh no, it's a very rich experience.
I have a very positive attitude about homeschooling. I'm a certified teacher, so I've taught most of my life in a public school. The last 9 years, I was working with homeschoolers at a charter school, and so each of us who were certified teachers had like 20, 25, whatever families that we were coaching through their homeschooling.
Oh, nice. And so they don't necessarily come to you for a class. Well,
we had classes we offered on campus, like I did a little algebra review thing. So they would be doing their algebra at home, but then they'd have little discussion things on, you know, they'd have drama, they'd have band,
all these different enrichment
that they wouldn't
things.
do on their own, you know.
Yeah. Well, and you can take so many cool life things and make. My daughter's homeschooling my two youngest grandchildren now, and I remember when I was teaching my kids, you know, we'd make the list to go to the grocery store, and we'd talk about what our budget was and what do you think this might cost? That was always interesting, they always assumed the things that they would want would be much cheaper than the things that we would need. And it wasn't always the case. And so we would kind of have that prediction thing. And then you'd go through the store and I'd make them add things up as we went. And is this a better price? How do you figure this out? It's so practical. And my kids are I think they're very well-rounded, even though we only did that for a couple of years.
We've gone 4 hours.
I know, we do this all the time. What was it? I think it was like 2 a.m. We've been as late as 3. We're not going to do that tonight though, because I have to get up. And I'm taking my mom to dinner for her birthday tomorrow. So how cool is that?
Okay.
All right, guys. I'm not seeing, does anybody have a burning question? No, when everybody fails a test, it's the test's fault. Wolf, you're so funny. Rage, the truth brought back gives a deeper knowledge of the truth. Thank you. I was told it was swine flu. Swine flu is a minimum of 10 days. I was a walking miracle for 2 months. Wolf. All right, guys, we're going to close it up. I want to thank David Chandler for coming on, for reaching out to me, first of all. How cool is that?
I did it just on a hunch because I thought, if you're into this fearless mode and here you are talking out so strongly on COVID, I thought, you're a truth seeker. I wonder if you have been exposed to this
truth
area of truth needing thing, this other area that needs truth,
Yeah, it definitely needs.
And apparently you had.
Well, what's interesting is one of the guys that I did a near-death experience talk with on YouTube, I cannot remember his last name. First name's David. His dad died in the towers.
Uh-huh.
And he was just a boy at the time. And so when he'd reached out to me to do the interview, he mentioned, oh, thank you, Fiona. He reached out to me and wanted to do the near-death experience interview, and I'd agreed to do it. And he said, my dad died in the towers that day. Mm-hmm. And so it was interesting that you reached out to me. I had done a near-death experience talk with somebody who's lost his dad and the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And then here we are, just always feels so full circle. And I just love that. I love that. Okay. So everybody's saying thank you, Fiona. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Your love and support means the world to me. Thank you so much to David. You guys, we will be back on Tuesday. No, book club starts again July 5th. We're reading The Giver by Lois Lowry. Excellent book. A little apocalyptic, but not horrible. I think it's on the middle school reading list, but it's a really good read. Lois Lowry's an excellent author. So we'll start that on July 5th since we're going to be gone next week for camping. I will be here Friday night, and I have no idea what we'll be talking about, but we'll figure it out between now and then. So thank you to David. Wait. Pass the question back to David about what Fran, the psychoanalyst, thinks about what happened to the COVIDians. Mass formation? Oh, is it like a mass formation psychosis? Sure seems like it. Does she have any thoughts on that, about all the people that just, are going to get every booster they can get and pray for more?
Here comes Fran.
Here comes Fran. Come on, Fran.
I can't hear anything. You can tell I'm a psychotherapist, not a psychoanalyst.
Okay.
And I think
they can hear
She's
you.
a psychotherapist, not a psychoanalyst.
I think Matthias Desmet's theory of mass formation is very, very compelling. I read his book maybe twice, and I think he's a very good scholar. It's a theory that's not based on his research only, but it has a lot of historical research. I think it's very compelling, and I think there's more that can be added to it. But I think it's a very good theory.
She's the one that got me into looking at COVID. So
yeah,
I love it. I bet she and I could talk for hours on COVID.
I'm sure you could.
Let me.
She said, "I bet she and I could talk for hours."
Yes,
you and anybody could talk for hours.
You did talk for hours.
I think it goes along with being a truther. You just have a lot to say.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read. Penny can definitely. Yes, I can read. All right, guys.
She's been following this in the other room and.
I know she's
pops in with notes.
I know my husband has no idea what's going on down here. We call him sometimes from the show and just ask inappropriate questions to embarrass him, but that's as far as his involvement goes.
Well, I'm really glad to have encountered you. I've followed somebody. I mean, I've listened to various versions of your talk that you've given for various interviewers and all that, and you have a very lively way of presenting it, and it's like there's insight, and there's truth.
I'm glad it comes across like that. That means a lot to me, because
so
I really,
besides you, it's just, who I like a lot is the Jeff Mara program.
Yes. Yeah, I've been on Jeff's show.
If you go to IAN's website, it seems like you're dealing with this more middle-class educated sector of society that can make good presentations in front of groups of people.
Yes.
But Jeff Mara has people that's almost like man on the street.
Yes.
Who had this near-death experience. Some of them are very inarticulate, but they have a very, very clear, powerful experience to express, even if they're not the kind of person who could speak in front of a group, So
Jeff
it's
does a really good
interesting
interview.
seeing the different constituencies of these different interviewers.
He's really talented that way too, because where
he really sets people at ease, it seems.
Yes, yeah, and he's able to kind of bring things out of them. Like, not everybody's kind of at a different space in their journey processing it. And they say, what's her name? I can't think of her name, that does all the writing on near-death experiences. Atwater. Dr. Atwater says it takes about
Atwater,
yes, thank you. She says it takes about 3 years to, really get into the meat of processing a near-death experience. And so I wrote mine up for NDERF, which is the Near-Death Experience Research Foundation. And somebody messaged me probably 2 years later and said, hey, did you know your experience is listed under exceptional near-death experiences on NDERF? And they had actually covered it on their YouTube channel. They have an NDERF YouTube channel with, I can't think of the guy's name. But anyway, they had covered it anonymously. And so I went back and listened to it, and I thought, oh, she's right. That is my story. So I reached out to him, and we did a interview where I was identified. But it was interesting because I went back and read that exceptional near-death experience, and it's interesting to read how limited my processing of it was at that time. I mean, it was basically just trying to put words to the experience. That's as far as I had come, and it was so hard to do. I remember thinking, how do you use words to explain the creator of the universe, to how he makes you feel, and that love and acceptance and the energy, and how he kind of smells like, I think it's vanilla. It's something like vanilla. And it's such a overstimulating experience, because, God has a sound, and he has a resonance, and he vibrates, and you feel that in you, and he has a certain scent, and the light is different than the sun, but it's hard to describe, and your pupils don't change even though it's really bright, and it's not warm even though it's really bright, but it's not cold, and you're perfectly comfortable. And you know what I mean? You have to start trying to.
This is not my usual 9/11 presentation.
No. And so, here I'm this kind of very pragmatic sort of person trying to describe this unearthly experience. And I imagine it would be much like it would be for you, where you're kind of a facts sort of, that's why nursing.
I'm broader than what that, when I'm looking at something like this 9/11 stuff, I think it's very, very important to stay focused on, what you really solidly know.
Yeah.
So to separate that out from all of the speculative stuff, because, what you know is going to stand. What you speculate on is going to get washed away when we know more,
Yeah.
So
and you can discredit
I think
what
it's important. It's important to filter, what you talk about, and not talk about all the.
Well, because it goes to credibility. It's so easy to lose your credibility, just one wrong. And
I say wrong things, but I mean, you learn from them. I mean, but it's like errors. It's not.
But that's different than speculation.
Yeah, yeah. So if you go off on a tangent and start asserting things that you think are,
especially when you have a platform.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with it. I always like check people's channels out and stuff because, I've had some really interesting people invite me on. And yes, I don't discriminate as to who I would tell my story to, but if part of your channel is on things that I am morally opposed to, I can't hook my name to that because it takes a long time to earn credibility and earn people's trust, and it only takes a second to lose it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's part of, you're staying on track because it's easy to get thrown in with the nuts for sure. Because there's people like we had Dr. Artis on our side. And if you love Dr. Artis, I'm sorry. But Dr. Artis came out saying that,
I know
it was,
the name. I don't know quite who
he's
that
the
is.
snake venom in the water guy. This is all snake venom, and the remdesivir is snake venom, and the vaccines are snake venom, and COVID is snake venom in the water. And so I did like a 3-part series debunking it. And pretty much like all the doctors that I wrote, McCullough, all the doctors that are really very strong on this kind of separated themselves from him. And what was bad is, all of the people who are trying to tell us we're crazy zero in on that.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, look at these people. They think it's snake venom in the water. Yeah, they're real nuts. But most of us don't think that. But you get one person who talks out like that, and it can take down the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you have that too. I got a tab open. Dr. Bean. Oh yeah, Dr. Bean does a great job. I love Dr. Bean. He's so smart. All right, guys, if you got here late, you'll have to catch us on Rewind because we're not going to go till all hours tonight. Thank you to David for coming on, and thank you guys for watching. This has been the Nurse Penny Show with David Chandler. David, remind us what your website is one more time.
Yet again, I want to both of them. My personal site, which has myself and a number of scientists and engineers, and Fran and a couple other people. All right, 9/11speakout.org, and the organization that I'm part of that is a new organization is IC 9/11. I for International Center. Okay. International Center for 9/11 Justice, but it's IC911.org.
Okay, guys.
And I'm also on the board of Scientists for 9/11 Truth. That's another one, but that one it's more like a bunch of scientists who need to collaborate with each other and things like that. It hasn't been so much a public-facing effort as some of these others have. Okay.
All right, guys, you've got it. If you've got any questions, all my contact information is in the description area. If you want to support the channel, there's the links there for that as well. If you already support the channel, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And myself and Mr. Whitbrodt will have a good week, and we will see everybody next Friday. Much love to all of my viewers.